Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини, та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російські танкісти сховались в кущі, щоб лаптем посьорбати довбані щі, та трохи у щах перегрівся навар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Приперли зі сходу до нас барани для восстановлення
великої страни.
Найкращий пастух баранячих отар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Ніхто води всяке озброєння різне, потужні ракети, машини залізні, у нас на всі доводи є коментар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Вони захопити хотіли нас зразу, а ми зачаїли на орків образу з російських бандитів, робить примар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російська поліція справи заводить, там вбивцю рашистів ніяк не знаходить, хто винен, що в нашому полі глухар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Веде пропаганду кремлівський урод, слова пропаганди ковтає народ, тепер нове слово знає цар.
Байрактар.
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 Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1119 of the War News Stream. And today we have massive news. The world is going crazy today. We've heard that Iran-backed forces have declared war on the United States. Also, Russia has broken the Ukraine ceasefire within hours of agreeing to it with U.S. officials. And also, Ukraine launched a brand new offensive into the Russian region of Belgorod. And we just heard that today. Crazy news, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 48 hours of news from around the world, as we have gotten significant news today that the Yemeni Houthis, as an extension of the Islamic Republic of Iran, have officially declared war against the United States and U.S. armed forces within the region of the Middle East. This is coming at the exact same time as hours before this declaration of war was made by the Yemeni Houthis. The United States government delivered a conveyance of a threat or imminent warning to the Islamic Republic of Iran that any actions conducted by the Yemeni Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or any other Iranian proxy forces will be considered a direct armed threat and action by the Islamic Republic of Iran itself and will be dealt with accordingly, possibly leading us into a direct confrontation and war with the Islamic Republic of Iran here within the very near future. At the exact same time as major diplomatic developments and actual ground developments were occurring inside the Middle East, we were able to hear that the Ukrainians were conducting a new development of their own, as the Ukrainian armed forces have now officially invaded the Belgorod Oblast today, and an evacuation has been declared within the Krasnaya Yaruga district of the Belgorod region, clearly showing us that at this moment, the Ukrainian armed forces do hold a foothold within the region. We do not know how large or how sizable it is, but we do have picture evidence confirming that Ukrainian armed forces did breach the border today and are somewhere near to Krasnaya Yaruga as of our latest information. We have also been able to get additional news as well about the situation involving the Ukraine-Russian war on the diplomatic front, as it appears that the president of the Russian Federation has once again stalled after a phone call in today in between the president of the United States and the Russian Federation. It was made incredibly clear that the Russian Federation is not looking for any kind of a meaningful ceasefire at this time, and we've also been able to see that the President of the United States has now started to allude that World War III may actually begin because of the Ukraine war and the station of the Russian Federation's position in the negotiations at this time. Not only that, we have also been able to hear that Syria and Lebanon have officially gone to war with each other over the past 48 hours, as around 48 hours ago, Hezbollah forces crossed the Syrian border, executed 3 Syrian interim government soldiers, and as a result of this, we are now seeing that there is full-blown fighting happening in between the Syrian-Lebanese border, and we've also been able to see that the president of Lebanon has actually dedicated official Lebanese armed forces ground troops into the fighting against the Syrian interim government near to the area of the Lebanese border. Meanwhile, the Yemeni Houthis have also fired a rocket barrage at the state of Israel. The rocket barrage was intercepted by the Arrow 2 anti-ballistic missile system near to the port of Eilat, but at the exact same time, the Israelis appear to be ramping up their military operations against Hezbollah and Hamas as well, conducting airstrikes throughout the area of the Gaza Strip and southern Lebanon, and also stating that this is only the beginning and the Israelis are going to be out on a warpath at this point. We have also been able to see that the Chinese have been absolutely enraged due to the actions of the Hong Kong-based company C. Hutchison, which released their claims and controls of the 2 major Panamanian ports of Colón and Balboa near to Panama City. The Chinese government has been enraged, stating that this allowed the Chinese government a great deal of control over the nation of Panama, and not only that, was going to be used by the People's Republic of China as a diplomatic leveraging position against the United States of America under the threat that they will be able to control the Panamanian government economically and shut off transit through the Panama Canal for U.S. vessels. The news that we have today coming from every corner of the world is once again significant. We are reaching days as far as news coverage is concerned that we have never seen before, and the amount of activity and also the diplomatic deteriorations that are happening around the entirety of the globe at this point. But nevertheless, we have a load to cover with y'all, and I gotta be honest with y'all, this is going to take a little bit to get through tonight. Expect a bit of a longer news summary. It's probably going to be around 2 hours long because there is an insanely large amount of news to cover. So moving on down into the Middle East, because I want to make sure that we get to the cream of the crop of the news for today, we have been able to see that the United States of America and Iran, through the Islamic Republic of Iran itself and its proxy forces throughout the region, have continued to get into worse and worse situations diplomatically. And we have seen practically the complete collapse of diplomatic relations between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran, even on an unfriendly level. The situation can only be described at this point as hostile. We were able to see that the Islamic Republic of Iran just yesterday came out and made official statements through the supreme leader, or the Ayatollah Khamenei, stating that there has been no diplomatic dialogue with the United States of America. They do not wish to have any diplomatic dialogue with the United States of America, and they will continue to work on producing a weapon of mass destruction in the form of a nuclear weapon. We were able to get this right here from a statement by Khamenei himself, and we were able to see, muting the audio here and just reading the subtitles, that it is quite obvious at this point that the Islamic Republic of Iran is hell-bent on further destabilizing the region, and not only that, providing themselves with a nuclear arsenal capable of laying waste to any of their adversaries within the Middle East and even beyond, possibly in the future. But here is the statement by Khamenei himself. The fact that the U.S. president says that they are willing to negotiate with Iran, calls for negotiations with Iran, and says that he sent a letter. Obviously, we did not get such a letter. At least I didn't. And then everyone in the audience laughed. I'm not even kidding. Like, that was actually, like, in the audio. In my opinion, this is an attempt to deceive the world's public opinion. It is like saying, we want to hold negotiations and reach peace, but Iran refuses to hold negotiations. Okay, but why does Iran refuse to negotiate? It goes back to you. We sat with you, held negotiations for several years. This is speaking about previous actions conducted under prior presidents, where they actually arranged a treaty that stated that Iran was only going to use nuclear technology for peaceful purposes. And that man threw the completed and signed negotiated agreement off of the table and ripped it to pieces. How
I think you
can
forgot to mention the pallets of cash that showed up to his front doorstep, but we'll let that one slide for now.
He's also forgetting a whole bunch of other things. Like by the time that was ripped up, the Iranians were already refusing nuclear inspectors into the country to make sure that they were only using nuclear grade fuel for peaceful means instead of to create any form of a weapon. So I have a feeling he's greatly misrepresenting the situation. In negotiations, you need to be sure that the other side will abide by its commitments. When we know it won't, what negotiations are we talking about in small subtitles? With regard to America's sanctions, the goal of our negotiations and the JCPOA in the previous decade, this took a while for him to say, was to remove those sanctions from the start. Luckily, the sanctions began to lose their impact in the world, for no reason other than he said so. The longer the sanctions remain, they gradually become less effective because you get poorer and you don't even have enough money to buy anything with. They themselves admit this. We haven't. Indeed, this does not mean that the sanctions are completely ineffective, but it is not that if our economic condition is bad, it is solely because of the sanctions. It's really from our mismanagement. No, sometimes our inattentiveness has an effect. So actually admitting that the government is just lame-brained enough that the economy in Iran might be doing badly just because of the government. But moving on from that, to not show you all this entire clip here and to summarize the remainder of it, Khamenei went on to state that the Islamic Republic of Iran is moving towards producing and fielding a nuclear weapon. That nuclear weapon will be ready to use, and no matter what the United States threatens, whether it be military action or direct sanctions, the Islamic Republic of Iran is going to continue to move forward with the idea that they will become a nuclear-armed country eventually due to their own illegal efforts, whether the United States wants them to be or not. Then, only a short while later, we then got a statement from the President of the United States that appears to be a little bit interesting and starting to change the situation in the region, at least according to the technical view that the United States is going to take in terms of foreign policy. And I'll read y'all directly the statement from the President of the United States that was made, I believe, on Truth Social, if I'm correct. But nevertheless, let nobody be fooled. The hundreds of attacks being made by Houthi, just the singular Houthi, there's only one of them, the sinister mobsters and thugs based in Yemen who are hated by the Yemeni people all emanate from and are created by Iran. Any further attack or retaliation by the Houthis will be met with great force, and there is no guarantee that that force will stop there. Iran has played the innocent victim of rogue terrorists from which they've lost control, but they haven't lost control. They're dictating every move, giving them weapons, supplying them with money and highly sophisticated military equipment, and even so-called intelligence. Taking a jab at the Iranian intelligence department in one tweet. Very interesting on that. Every shot fired by the Houthis will be looked upon from this point forward as being a shot fired from the weapons and leadership of Iran, and Iran will be held responsible and suffer the consequences, and those consequences will be dire. And that was the statement from the President of the United States only hours after Khamenei had the press conference where he stated that they were still working towards a nuclear weapon, hell or high water. It appears that at this point, the United States, as far as our diplomatic standing, will be viewing the Iranian proxies as operating directly as an extension of the Islamic Republic of Iran, meaning that we are finally going to be, instead of giving the Iranians some sort of diplomatic culpable deniability that they may have lost control of these groups, every action that they take is actually going to be directly viewed as an action of the Islamic Republic of Iran, without any sort of stipulation that perhaps this is some sort of a detached group that may be operating semi-autonomously or completely autonomously. If any of these groups are funded or really controlled through the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Yemeni Houthis all are, they are going to be officially be considered at this point, according to the statement from the President of the United States, that they are an extension of the Islamic Republic of Iran, or an armed wing of the Islamic Republic itself. After that, we were able to hear that an MQ-4 reconnaissance drone was seen near to the area of Bushehr and the Bushehr nuclear reactors conducting some form of reconnaissance. We then got information later that the Iranians scrambled F-14s to go out into the Persian Gulf and run the MQ-4 away, and they were successful in making the MQ-4 flee from that area of the Persian Gulf and stop its surveillance of the Bushehr nuclear power plant. After this,
you know, the Iranians had to feel proud over that, because those rinky-dink old Tomcats that they have, the really old ones, they're not exactly what you'd call menacing. So the fact they were able to run anything off with it was really probably making them feel pretty proud, for at least for the moment. moment.
Man, honestly, man, it probably was. I'm not gonna lie. Let me go see if I can get y'all a picture of one of these F-14s, because when y'all see them, y'all gonna be, oh my god, y'all gonna be like, this is terrible, and it really is. I mean, it's just absolutely horrendous, the state of these aircraft. They're about 50 years old or so at this point, and they are just in tatters. The Iranians used to have about 50 of these. The U.S. Central Intelligence Agency and the U.S. Department of Defense's intelligence sources now estimates there's only about 19 of these operational, because so many of them have broken down, and due to the Iranians not having any spare parts for their F-14s, whenever a F-14 breaks down in any critical way, they're taken entirely out of service. And out of the 19 that are left operational, the U.S. intelligence largely assumes that a decent amount of those probably do not have vital avionics that are still functionable at this point for weapon systems, because once again, these are 50-year-old aircraft that have not had access to spare parts for decades. So most of them probably aren't even in combat operational abilities beyond the fact that they might be able to engage something with their guns, meaning that these things pretty much are just around at this point to scare away drones, or maybe make it look like they have a little bit more of a stronger presence in the region than they really do. But beyond that, this is the actual drone that they ran off. In case y'all are wondering, what is it? It's this beautiful drone right here. I actually do have to say, this is a very pretty looking drone. It's an MQ-4C Triton. And this was the drone that was conducting the reconnaissance near to the Bushehr nuclear power plant inside the Persian Gulf that was ran away by the F-14s. This aircraft is, well, this drone is not armed at all in really any way. It is solely a reconnaissance craft in its actual design and use. And so for this reason, really the Iranians sending out an F-14, the MQ-4 has no option but to try and run away or largely avoid the aircraft. But still, it is a very interesting kind of occurrence that we had, because then we got to hear of a further development. Once again, I want to keep in mind for all of y'all that everything that we've covered so far on the Iranian front happened yesterday. Now we're going to come into today. As far as we have heard, the Yemeni Houthis have still continued to conduct hostile actions directly against U.S. armed forces within the region, including the U.S. Navy and U.S. air assets. At this moment, we haven't heard of any actual U.S. Air Force assets involved in the operation at this point in the form of strategic bombers or any other kind of aircraft, so we're largely assuming that the Yemeni Houthis are only operating against the United States Navy at this point, and the United States Navy is the only branch of the armed services that is currently involved in any direct conflict form against the Yemeni Houthis. However, it is something interesting to note that the Houthis appear to be trying to ramp it up a little, +1 for the large part, as we've now been able to hear that as of today, the Yemeni Houthis have officially declared war against the United States of America. This is something that cannot be taken lightly. This is the only country that currently in the world right now has an official declaration of war against the United States of America. And while the Yemeni Houthis are a terrorist force, and one that is weakly armed and equipped at that, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps really doesn't do a good job at highly equipping any of their forces, it is something to note that at this moment we are officially in a state of war with the Yemeni Houthis by their own declaration themselves. We have also been able to hear that as of today, the U.S. Naval Air Arm has continued to conduct, along with the U.S. Navy surface fleet and submarines, an endless, while I was trying to find the word there, bombardment of the Sadr and Sana'a governance of northern Yemen. To show you all these areas, just to give you all a little bit of an idea of where these airstrikes really are happening right now, the Sana'a district is this area around the capital of Sana'a. It's a fairly localized area, but most of the airstrikes are happening inside of the city or right outside the city outskirts. There is another not equally large, but fairly prominent city within the northern area of western Yemen called Sadr, right up here. This is a lot less dense in terms of population density, but it actually is one of the most significant settlements within this area of northwestern Yemen. And we were able to hear that U.S. Air Forces and naval forces were conducting airstrikes around the area of Sadr today. One thing that is interesting, however, about the city of Sadr is that from what we understand, it really provides no actual purpose or provides any form of firepower that is leveraged against commercial shipping passing through the southern Red Sea or anywhere inside of the Gulf of Aden. Sadr has largely been used in the past and even in the present day as a staging area for Yemeni Houthi forces to be able to move to the border and engage in open fighting with Saudi Arabian armed forces, and that's how it's still being used to this day. So it appears that U.S. airstrikes are attempting to weaken weaken the Houthis' northern front facing the Saudi Arabians, because while the Saudi Arabians have not ever conducted offensive ground operation in any larger scale on the Yemeni border that's controlled by the Houthis, but it is supposed that the Saudi Arabians may get involved in conducting some form of suppression or maybe even a limited ground invasion into northwestern Yemen to deal with the Houthis as an extension of the U.S. security assurances pact that exists within this region, and attempting to knock out a force that is not only as really harassing to the Israelis and the Americans, but also is harassing the Saudi Arabians as well. One thing that a lot of people do not know, this is actually something wild, is that the Saudi Arabians have technically been in a state of war with the Yemeni Houthis, once again, an extension of the Islamic Republic of Iran, for the entire time that the Yemeni civil war has been going on. The Yemeni Houthis are openly hostile to the Saudi government because the Saudi Arabians and Iran are both a part of a different Islamic sect. I believe the Iranians are Sunnis and the Saudi Arabians are Shiites, if I remember that correctly, or it may be the other way around, but they are both a part of different Islamic sects. And this means that ideologically there is a pretty significant split, considering that the Iranians are very vehement on their specific form of ideology within the region. And so in the past, we've actually seen that Houthis have conducted border raids and attempted to take entire villages that border the Houthi border, or really the Yemeni border, inside of southern Saudi Arabia. And we have been able to see that the Saudi Arabian armed forces have been involved in endless conflict. We don't include any clips on it here, with the Houthis along the border using Apaches to conduct strafing runs on small buildups of Houthis near to the border. We've been able to see drone strikes in the past, and we've even been able to see actual ground action involving U.S. Abrams and Saudi Arabian infantry conducting fire support missions and also clearing out areas near to the border where the Houthis have built up in larger numbers. Thank you everyone for correcting this. The Saudis are the Sunnis. It's actually the other way around. The Iranians are the Shiites and the Saudis are the Sunnis. I was thinking that sounded incorrect when I said that, but beyond that, that has led to some major ideological differences within the region, and considering that the Islamic Republic of Iran uses Islamic ideology of the Shiite sect to push forward their larger strategic objectives a great deal, they generally do consider the Saudi Arabians to be an enemy of the state and have treated them as such for decades at this point. But beyond that, a lot of people have also been talking about the fact, beyond these little bits of information, that the Houthis have openly threatened Israel again today as well, as the Houthis have been threatened to expand their range of targets in Israel in the next hours and days if the IDF strikes in Gaza continue, which we're about to get to here in a second. But many people have been talking about the actions and statements that have been made in the region over the past 2 days, and is the Middle East rapidly devolving into chaos as conflict breaks out, or is a regional war imminent at this point? And it seems like a lot of people are believing that there is blood in the water at this point inside the Middle East, and there will be a major regional war that is going to be happening here fairly soon, within the next few weeks or even days, as we see that the diplomatic situation continues to dissolve in between the United States, Iran, Israel, and quite literally everyone else against each other inside of the region. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about this? Are people thinking that a regional war is imminent within the Middle East, or are they thinking that this is somewhat avoidable, or it will just be a high tension situation, but not devolve into full-on conflict throughout the entirety of the region?
All right. So it looks like 73% of the audience said yes, a regional war is imminent, while 11% said no, it will simply remain very tense, and 9% said maybe so, but later on in time, a regional war will break out. And on this one, I would say that this is probably as hot as the Middle East has been in a minute. And this is getting very, very out of control. We have the U.S. fighting the Houthis in Yemen. We have them also fighting off Iran as well and getting into confrontations over the Red Sea. And it's just not going good. And also the Persian Gulf as well. So that situation is popping off. Also, the ceasefire between Israel and the Iranian proxy groups was broken today. That's now an issue. And of course, Syria is in a bit of chaos as well. So the entire region is just devolved into pure chaos. And I think we're heading toward a regional war, mainly because of Iran's actions and how their proxy groups are functioning. That's going to be the main reason we're going to war. And it looks like The Houthis are deciding to declare war on the United States. They're escalating, and Iran is generally behind that. And now Iran is tripling their defense budget and getting really, really ready for war. And they are going to go basically toe-to-toe with the United States. So it's not going to be calming down anytime soon. And it looks like the U.S. is actually ready this time to take care of the Iranian threat. So it's probably going to go down. So I'm with the 73%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, in my opinion, a regional war is imminent at this point, and we will most likely be seeing a conflict inside of Western Yemen against the Houthis, maybe even a ground conflict, as U.S. Marines may get involved in the situation, or maybe even the U.S. Armed Forces as a whole, or we may see that this extends over or spills over into a larger U.S.-led conflict against the Islamic Republic of Iran and the destabilizing factor that they play inside the region. Either way, I'm incredibly certain that there will be a major regional conflict that's going to be happening here within the near future, because we covered this on Sunday, and it's still true today. The entire region, in some way, shape, or form, is involved in some form of an armed conflict right now. So, once again, to just run y'all through the gamut to get an idea of what everything's looking like right now, in Yemen, the Yemeni government, the United States, and Israel, along with the United Kingdom, are all fighting the Houthis at the same time. Also, Saudi Arabia is as well. Saudi Arabia is currently fighting the Houthis, and they're also having to deal with a little bit of a situation with Iran. Although that isn't really a full-blown conflict, it has always been an incredibly tense situation in between Saudi Arabia and Iran. The only countries that aren't involved in an active conflict right now in the Middle East are Kuwait, Qatar, the UAE, and Oman. But Jordan has been involved in the defense of Israel in support of Israel every single time the Iranians have launched some sort of a missile or drone attack. The Iraqis are currently fighting large amounts of terrorist cells throughout the entirety of their territory, including those supported by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and other splinter cells that have fractioned off from ISIS when it was defeated in 2018, which still exist. Syria is in a state of civil war right now. The Turks are invading Syria. The Syrian interim government is fighting the Syrian rebellion. The Syrian rebellion is fighting them and the Turks. And then also, the Syrian interim government is also now at war with Lebanon. Lebanon's fighting Israel, also fighting the Israelis, and also fighting really no one else at this point. But still, it's a very wild situation inside of Lebanon, because it's really hard to tell who's fighting who in some instances, but we'll get to that later. And then in Israel is fighting the Lebanese government for the large part at this point, the Syrian interim government, and then they're also fighting Hamas and the Houthis as well. And then Turkey is also involved in invading Syria. And then Iran is involved pretty much in all of these conflicts in one way, shape, or form through their funding, influence, and almost direct operations of most of these factions throughout the Middle East. So it's fairly clear at this point that the region is highly unstable. And it is quite obvious to me that we'll probably be seeing here over the next few days or weeks or maybe a month or two from now that a major regional conflict will begin. The pot has been stirred too much at this point, and it's at a boil to where it would be completely impossible to avoid some kind of a regional conflict with how destabilized the region has become. But something that I have seen a lot of people talking about in the chat is the Middle East itself. And this is something that I have to talk about a little bit, because it's something that's a little bit misunderstood or misinterpreted a little bit to a degree with how the Middle East works. Because some people noted that I talked about the different Islamic, I guess you could say, sects, if I could say that correctly, and I never can, that exist within the Islamic religion. But that really is an underlying factor. It really is more so used as a machine or an engine to move forward different kinds of strategic or economic aspirations of different countries, but isn't really the direct playing factor in any of this for the large part. For example, in Saudi Arabia is a fairly traditionalist Islamic country, but it really wasn't the case up until about the late 70s. There was a whole thing that happened to try and explain this in short through the Middle East over the past century when the Ottoman Empire collapsed. The Ottoman Empire was really the only controlling force within the region during that time, and practically the large majority of what is now modern-day Saudi Arabia, parts of Iraq, and pretty much everything south of that in Yemen, Oman, the UAE, and Qatar was completely uninhabited for the large part. Only nomadic tribes roamed around in these areas, and there was really nothing to be had there. It was quite literally a desert at the time, completely desolate, and there was really no conflict beyond that of the nomadic tribes, sometimes fighting each other for the limited resources that existed in the desert. But once the Ottoman Empire collapsed and the Islamic Caliphate went with it, which was pretty much their version of the Pope, there was a major question that was being asked in the middle of the Middle East, which is the heart of the Islamic world, which is, what are they? Because at this point, there was no direct ideas or direction from a caliphate of any kind, which was largely led by the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, so they had to figure out what to do. There were a decent amount of experiments that were tested over the next few decades throughout the region by different groups, but the general prevailing idea that catched on for a little bit was this idea of Islamic socialism, which is where they really didn't lean that heavily into being traditionalist in the Islamic faith, but largely more so leaned into trying to embrace progress and scientific advances and such things. That didn't really go over too well, to be entirely honest, because by the time of the 1970s, radical Islamic nationalist groups began to form throughout the region. That's the group that would end up overthrowing the Shah in Iran and creating the Islamic Republic, and that's also a group that would end up changing Saudi Arabia forever, to where they went from being this largely laissez-faire kind of a country, although Islamic, to being far more traditionalist like they are today. Back in the 1970s, a radical Islamic group took control of Mecca and actually took control of the actual Al-Kaaba itself, and ended up holding it hostage pretty much for the course of about, I believe it was 72 hours. Saudi Arabian security forces then engaged the group and ended up taking them out. But the fact that this happened and that it caused a decent amount of political unrest and really civil unrest inside the country, led the Saudi Arabian government to believe that they may be advancing socially too fast and too far to be able to keep control of the situation. So the Saudi Arabian government then rolled back a lot of their liberal policies at that time, and then became the traditionalist country that we know today. And that largely was the example that a lot of the Islamic countries followed during that time, because they were scared that these Islamic nationalist factions may be able to radicalize a large swath of the populations in these countries and end up turning them against the governments that were in control and overthrowing them, much like they had done in the Islamic Republic of Iran. So with that in mind, that is why the Islamic Republic of Iran exists the way it does today. That's also why Saudi Arabia also exists in its form today. And that's also a bit of a reason why there's a decent amount of instability within the region, is because the major destabilizing factor, the Islamic Republic of Iran, has used their specific ideologies to try and further their larger strategic ambitions within the region. It's disguised in a thin veil of religious ideology that the Iranians have, but it's incredibly clear that the Iranians are not looking for any kind of a religious ideal to be pushed forward in the region. They are largely looking to attempt to control the region using religion as a guise, but really trying to get it for its resources and also its strategic abilities that will provide Iran to pretty much broker its position into wealth and prominence through controlling the region. And they've been attempting to do this for decades by supporting proxy forces throughout the entirety of the Middle East. Wherever there's been an opportunity, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran is there, funding and supporting those forces to be able to try and build up and get the Iranians some form of control over each area. That's exactly what they did with the Houthis, that's what they did with Hezbollah, and that's what they did with Hamas. And because of this, Iran almost has de facto control of Lebanon, the Gaza Strip, and some other parts of the West Bank, and also the entirety of Western Yemen. It's fairly clear at this point that the Iranian concept of sphere building isn't one that has to do with direct conquest or economic ambition, like you would see with the Russian Federation or China, but it has to do with more so indirect terroristic forms of warfare that are somewhat indirectly conducted by Iran, but once again, all of the rewards in the end are reaped by the Islamic Republic of Iran directly, meaning that they were a direct
Could you imagine that if Iran didn't have these proxy groups everywhere across the Middle East, that their power would be so drastically reduced that Iran would probably be only a fraction of the threat it currently is right now? Because in my opinion, I think that Iran derives most of their military might through those proxy forces. Because what's the one thing the U.S. and Israel worries about the most whenever the tensions start rising between the West and Iran? It's basically, what are the Houthis going to do? What is Hamas and Hezbollah going to do? So if you took them out of the equation and just worried about the IRGC inside of Iran, which is their national military, that would drastically reduce Iran's power projection ability, because the proxies is the way they do that. And the proxies being decentralized and kind of all over the place, and also cheaply funded with cheap munitions and rockets, it gives them like an element of surprise when they launch these attacks from these different areas where they're based.
It is true, and they would not have a lot of power projection or ability to destabilize the region because a lot of people have had the idea, I've seen it in the chat echoed a lot tonight, that the Middle East it's impossible to bring peace to the Middle East because all they want is war. The truth of the matter is that if you stopped any way for radical Islamic nationalist factions to be funded and supported by the Islamic Republic of Iran's government, most of the instability in the region would largely start to dissipate. The flow of weapons and cash that keep these radical groups able to fight would disappear, and you would see that over the course of probably months or at least a couple of years that most of these groups will start to fade into obscurity because they simply do not have the means or the ability to actually be able to fight any kind of a battle against anyone that they would view to be their ideological opponents. This means that the Saudi Arabians wouldn't have to deal with the Yemeni Houthis. This means that Israel wouldn't have to deal with a armed to the teeth Hamas and Hezbollah anytime in the future, and that also means that the stabilizing factors, the uprising right now that we're seeing in the Syrian interim government, wouldn't have happened because the Iranians would not have been involved, funding and supporting these operations. Very rarely in most instances do you see a situation where you can actually cut the head off of a serpent and end the entire situation. That's largely something that you see in Hollywood and the movies, but in the Middle East, it actually is something of a believable idea that if the Islamic Republic of Iran's government was removed or completely decapitated, most of the instability within the Middle East would probably cease to exist within the next several years. Not to say it would be entirely peaceful, but most of the major conflicts and most of the tension and friction that we're seeing right now would disappear with the disappearance of Iran as it exists today. So I hope that kind of addresses a little bit of the lay of the land right now to give everyone a little bit of a more clearer picture of what the actual mechanisms or motivators are inside the Middle East. But to be entirely honest with y'all, you can study the Middle East as its own historical, I guess you could say, setting just over the past century alone. It really takes a lot to understand what motivates each Middle Eastern country because they actually all are quite distinct and fairly different in their motivations and how they operate in the modern day, and also a lot of the cultural and sociological factors that are at play as well. It's a very interesting kind of a place. It's usually downplayed, though. It's usually dogged on, but it actually is a fairly interesting place because there are so many different groups and factions that are involved trying to vie for some sort of power or trying to vie for economic prosperity. But anyways, moving on from that, and on into the rest of the news that we have in the area, we still have a lot. And that moves us on up into Lebanon and Syria. Because, oh buddy, if y'all thought that there was going to be a cessation of the news coming from Lebanon and Syria, you were mistaken. As many of y'all will know, on Sunday, there was a little incident that happened. A couple of Hezbollah soldiers walked across the border in northern Lebanon. Interestingly enough, I just want to let y'all know this. This is something very interesting to me. According to some people that we knew who were Lebanese, they told us that Hezbollah only exists in the south of Lebanon. They have no prominence beyond the city of Sidon, not even close to Beirut. They're all in the south. Interestingly enough, though, a couple of Hezbollah soldiers walked across the northern border of Lebanon, where they're not supposed to be, ended up capturing a couple of Syrian interim government soldiers, brought them back across the border, and then beheaded all of them within the course of a couple of hours. Which generally is considered a very unfriendly thing to do. Kind of mean, actually. The Syrians didn't take that well, and they began to fire onto Lebanon, and then we started to see that they actually started to cross the border. We actually have a video clip of the Syrian armed forces in Lebanon. We can see one of them here.
السلام عليكم. السلام ورحمة الله. تحدثنا حاليا شو عم يصير داخل القرية.
تبشير كافي من جماعة حزب الشيطان اللي غدروا باخواننا امبارح المجاهدين. باذن الله نحن مهدنا، اول شيء مهدنا وضربنا، وهلا الاخوه عم تقتحم وعم تنشط القريه كلها، قريه تحوش عليها. هاي بالاصل هاي ضيعه سوريه.
We see him talking a lot.
الحزب محتلنا.
He puts his hand out flat in front of him. Notice the difference. Not a Roman salute right there. Very close, but not quite.
عاملنا وعامله ضيعه بنانيه، وهلا نحن عم نطالع منها. هاي نحن عم نرجع اراضينا، ما عم نضيع اراضي حدا. هاي حوش سيد علي، هي اراضي سوريه بالاصل.
طيب حاليا شفنا انه اشتباكات عنيفه، يعني تمهيد كثير، وايضا دخول كمان بالمدرعات.
Also, Matthew, I like how this is like a walking interview. They're just walking through the middle of a war-torn town, and he's just like, "So, what are your plans here? You know, so what are your long-term ambitions here in Lebanon?"
That's like that the ability to completely block out what's happening around them while they're just casually walking through here. Like they're so focused on one another. Like the guy on the left sitting there just staring at the other guy. They're not even looking really forward to see what's going on in the war zone. They're just totally engaged in this conversation.
Dude, it's like honestly, man, you know what they would probably say if you asked them about it? They'd be like, well, actually, it's nicer than Omsk. Like, they'd probably be like, you know, like, this has got nothing on Aleppo.
هل القرية هي صايرة تمركز
And apparently he's now pointing at the firefight that's happening in the distance. He's like, oh, there's a firefight down the street over there. He's like, anyways, getting back to it.
Wait a minute, man. This guy right here on the right has started doing that, like, Zoink Scoob. I think there's some creeper out there in the distance. Roll, Ruggy. He's got that walk going on.
Dude, he's got the creeping walk going on. This guy over here, man, completely unfazed. He's still monologuing over there. He's like, anyways, back to the business at hand. Did that guy just say hashish?
I don't know. I think I heard that.
Yeah, he did say hashish.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
He said that.
He's like, we're here for booze, hashish. It's like, okay. It's like, a round just popped overhead. This guy is still going. He's not going to stop. He's going to explain the whole thing.
Dude's got the survival instincts of a lemur.
And this guy's going, zoink scoop! Like, but beyond that, moving on from that clip, and on into our next one, we actually got to see, crazily enough, for the first time I've ever seen it, the Lebanese army is actually fighting someone, and y'all are not going to believe it, they're fighting the Syrian forces, which are trying to fight Hezbollah. So now the Lebanese army is directly coming to the defense of Hezbollah. For the first time ever, they're involved in armed conflict, and they're coming to support terrorist forces. What do you know? You just can't believe it until you see it. But there they go. That's the Lebanese army heading to the Syrian border right now. Well, actually, this was about 16 hours ago.
That's a huge shock. I've been told by people that are from Lebanon that Lebanon would not dare support these terrorist forces like this, but it's odd because it seems like they sure are.
Man, it's odd because it seems like everything that Lebanon does, honestly, it's in support of Hezbollah. A little bit odd how the real-life reality of the situation is completely different than the one that is pictured by some. Because also another thing that is interesting to me, Matthew, is that you'll know of a certain town in Lebanon that we were told has absolutely no Hezbollah forces around it whatsoever. It only exists south. It doesn't exist north of that town. And you know the one I'm talking about. It's right there. But what's a little bit interesting about that, Matthew, is that the border crossing happened all the way up here, which if I'm not mistaken, it's a fair good bit north than this town right here of Zahle. And then also on top of that, the current fighting right now on the border is happening in the Bekaa Valley, which is just north of Zahle. So it's like, I'm not really believing this whole thing that Hezbollah is just a little group of like their version of country rednecks fighting Israel in the south of Lebanon. Looks like they're across the whole country at this point, without any regard for any kind of geographical boundaries. But one thing that was
it's much deeper than that. And also when you see like these massive funerals being held in, like, for example, Beirut or other places around Lebanon, the massive presence of people that come out to support these proxy forces and terrorist groups is massive. It's not small whatsoever. And it's like, if these groups are really not what you'd call the majority or what people support in this country, then why did they have so much support from the civilians? And also, why is there such a large amount of fighters in the capitals and major cities throughout the entire country?
I gotta be honest with you, man. I have no idea why. Like, it's a little bit crazy to me that it's like that, because I was just told that it was totally different, and I honestly kind of like accepted that at face value. But now looking at the situation, it's a very different kind of a situation on the ground out there. But we were able to hear something that's clearly telling us whose side the Lebanese government is on. We were able to get a statement from the president of Lebanon on the situation. President of Lebanon pictured here. And the president of Lebanon, who oddly enough looks like Kingpin, which I'll put up on screen right there, made a statement. And here was his statement. The president of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun, announces that he has ordered the Lebanese army to start firing at the Syrian army forces that are shooting across the border into Lebanon. This can't continue. We won't allow it. I've ordered the army to return fire. So he can allow for a terrorist force to exist within Lebanon and pretty much control the whole country but he can't allow for anyone to try and fight him. Oh, hell no. He can't stand for that one. So Kingpin here has the Lebanese army out near the Syrian border, and they're currently shooting back at the Syrian interim government. So now this has moved from being a fight in between the Syrian interim government and Hezbollah. This is now actually a war in between Lebanon and Syria directly. So a little bit interesting with that. It looks like Kingpin might have stepped in a little bit, because while all this is going on, the Israelis are still bombing southern Lebanon right now, trying to knock out the Hezbollah forces that are there. And not only that, they've now moved on to conducting airstrikes inside the Gaza Strip as well against Hezbollah. But before we get on into that, I do have to talk about the Iraqi sources that we've heard of today, as Iraqi sources did say that the U.S. warned them about possible Iranian strikes that were coming soon. And a lot of people are wondering, will that happen? Will the Iranians strike soon? And it seems as though many are saying that it will happen in days. Others are saying that it will happen in weeks. Some are saying that the U.S. won't carry it out, and others are unsure and undecided. Matthew, what are people thinking about it? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So just a quick clarification, by the way, because I think the poll was a little bit confusing. I saw some people getting confused about it. I'm trying to work with a really tight word limit here, and sadly, it was a bit confusing. So just to clarify, the Iraqi sources in the Iraqi government are saying that the U.S. officials warned them directly in the Iraqi government that the U.S. might strike Iran coming very soon. And basically, the U.S. is sending an indirect message through the Iraqi government to basically pass on to Tehran to let them know that if they don't back down, the U.S. will come in and strike their country. So the big question is, will it happen? So 57% said yes, it will happen in days, while 20% said yes, it will happen in weeks, and 10% said no, the USA will not carry out the strikes on Iran. And I would say it's a matter of weeks. At this point, I would say it's almost like an 80 or 90% certainty that strikes are going to take place on Iran, probably by the United States. And if not the United States, then definitely by Israel with the blessing of the United States. It is coming, and it's going to happen soon. We're already doing reconnaissance to get ready for these strikes on several different nuclear facilities inside of Iran. And I think it's coming up pretty soon. And also the Houthis declaring war, which is once again viewed as an arm of Iran. Now, that is not helping the situation either. So I'm actually with the 20%. I think it's going to happen in weeks. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that it'll probably happen in a couple of weeks as well. Usually things like this take a lot of time to prepare and execute. We did see that it apparently took a lot of time to prepare and execute the air campaign that we're currently conducting against the Houthis. So I'd assume that this may take an additional couple of weeks to get ready to be able to conduct these strikes against Iranian forces throughout the region, and also possibly against Iran directly as well. But moving on from that, I have also got some additional news to share with you all as well. We were able to confirm that only a few hours ago, the Houthis did fire missiles at Israel. The missiles were shot down by the Arrow 2 anti-ballistic missile interception system near to the port of Eilat inside of southern Israel. And we were also able to hear that the Israelis have now begun bombing campaigns against Hamas inside the Gaza Strip again. And we've been able to hear that Israel is now pledging full-scale war, as Netanyahu says combat will be in full force, and this is just the beginning. Meanwhile, we have been able to hear of many interesting things going on inside of the Gaza Strip. It appears that at the moment, the area, or at least Hamas, is largely beginning to run into a bit of a problem, maybe even a wall, possibly even a crash. And we were able to see that, interestingly enough, at this very time of year, at this time of day, it appears that some citizens of the Gaza Strip are beginning to fall off the wagon. A little bit odd, considering that alcohol is not allowed inside of the Islamic world. But we can see that right here.
Oh my God. What the hell?
I don't know how the hell that happened, because it's honestly an immovable wall that they ran into, but they had a collision. I don't know. What the hell what do we call this, Matthew? Do we call it an auto collision? Do we call it a horse and buggy collision? I don't know. I have no.
Horse-drawn collision. Lavrov wrecked into the fence.
We call this a Lavrov and drive. But beyond that,
it is illegal even in Lebanon.
But I got to tell you this: there is an amazing nonprofit that I've heard about called Hamas on the Wagon. Many members of Hamas have not been able to handle the pressure, and they've been falling off the wagon. With y'all's support, we will be able to help these Hamas members knock their poor habits and get back on the wagon. Remember, folks, every member of Hamas ought to be on the wagon, not off the wagon. But moving on from that, and that interesting clip right there, that was just honestly a little bit bizarre. There also was an interesting one that I wanted to show y'all of these souped-up chargers inside of Yemen. I didn't put it on the map, but I had to go grab it in the meantime because I've never seen anything like this. This is near Sana'a, which is the capital of Houthi-controlled Yemen. And these are chargers, like American chargers that are like all tuned up and everything. Y'all got to see this. Y'all got to see this. Y'all haven't seen anything like this since O-Block. So here's the clip.
Oh my God. Picture right there on the back of that windshield. Do you see that? There's like some guy's face on it. It's got some writing next to it or something.
I think that's young Akbar. Like I don't know.
So, man, they got the Hellcats out here in Yemen. I've never thought I'd seen anything like this.
Inshallah, we spinning the block on Allah.
Honestly, man. Straight piped and everything too. They're letting those American V8s roar. They hate the sound of the American V8 because it's American, but they can't help it. They gotta have it.
Man, they hate the sound of the Star Spangled Banner, but they love the sound of a tuned V8. Man, I'm telling you what. Also, what car is that? Like, what, dude? That looks like an American car as well.
That's a Chrysler 300, like the SRT edition or something. I've never seen one of those in ages.
Me either. Me either, dude. But also, man, you know something I just realized, Matthew, is that these guys are possibly having a midlife crisis, which means that they're probably somewhere in their 20s, because most of them don't live past 40 since they're involved with the Houthis. But beyond that, it looks like they're having a midlife crisis, I suppose.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
there's
that one!
Explosions coming out of that one, man. It sounds like artillery going off.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, man. Like I'm gonna be honest with you here. I don't think these things were acquired legally.
Yeah, I highly doubt that. I have a feeling they came in a shipping container off a cargo ship, probably.
Probably. You know what? It just hit me, Matthew. Didn't they seize an auto carrier like months ago? It was like 6 or 7 months ago that was laden with cars. Don't you remember that?
Yeah, they might have, but the odds of finding a bunch of scat packs and Hellcats and also that somewhat rare Chrysler 300 SRT in one cargo ship, that would be like hitting the lottery.
What if they did, though? Like what if
I mean, that would be insane, man. Like that, honestly, that would have been a catch of a lifetime if you're a pirate.
Yar! I got my Dodge Camaro. I'm gonna be.
We've got the modern Hellcats. This is what the boys whip the blocks in these days. Our Blackbeard would be proud.
Yar! Not am I only terrorizing the high seas, I'm terrorizing the high streets. Yar!
Like, honestly, though, man, a pirate would love these things because these things are built like freaking boats. Like these things are huge and heavy, and they're not very nimble whatsoever. These things are really truly massive.
Dude, and now because of this video, there is probably some sort of a intelligence update that's being given to the U.S. Navy where they're like, okay, look, if you see any Dodge Chargers, hit them with a JDAM. Like, it's like they're Houthis, confirmed. But getting back to the clip.
Oh, they got the louvers on the back. Look at that. They got the louvers on the back windshield. Man, that's how the style like 30 years.
I think they almost got into a collision right there. Like,
is it road rage?
Dude, I don't know. What do we call it? What do you call that with the last clip that we had in Gaza? Is that wagon rage? Like if they did the same thing?
Yeah.
This guy's going mental. Anyway,
I'm just saying, but I thought there were strikes going on here. What are they doing, like, you know, rallying through the streets and stuff? I'm like, are these guys the Houthis, or are these just like regular Yemeni like folks or something? Like, no way they could afford Hellcats.
I'm honestly doubting that that's those are normal folks, because Yemen isn't really known to be a place of good like income or a stable economy to be able to afford that kind of a thing. So I have a feeling that's got to have some very strong Houthi connections to it. But one thing I was just thinking, Matthew, is how they were riding those things around and how the end of that video was. You know what? They ought to come up with a game. It ought to be called Mario Kart Yemen, where you drive around the streets of Sanaa in a Dodge Charger. Like it's see who wins. You know, and instead of having a blue shell, you have a AGM 65 Maverick instead, and you just throw it at first place. I think that would be a great idea. I think that will work quite well in the picture of things. But moving on out of the Middle East, because we actually have, crazily enough, covered most everything that's happened in the Middle East, we're now going to be moving on into our next segment, which is going to be the global diplomatic situation or foreign policy situation, which was very exciting today, I'm not going to lie. And then we're going to be moving on into Europe, because there was also a great deal that's been going on in the Ukraine war, and also a great deal that's been going on across the whole of Europe, including a big little update from the French today. But before we get on into that, Matthew, I do realize that we've had something very interesting happening tonight. We've had many people throwing in questions, and I want to know, what are those questions? What are people talking about? And what do they want to know?
All right, so jumping into our first question of the night, this super chat goes to Susan LUK, who throws in her first ever super chat on the channel. And thank you very much, Susan, for that massive $50 support, and we appreciate that very much. And once again, like we always say, it helps keep the channel running. And thank you, Susan, for also contributing as well. We appreciate it. And she said, "Here's hoping it works, LOL." And it did. It did.
And I got to thank you for the massive support, Susan. Now, a massive supporter, usually through PayPal. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because there's folks like you that make this thing possible, and now we know that it works. And it does work. It's going to work for sure. And I got to thank you so much, Susan LUK, for always being a massive supporter of the Lee Spring Army and the channel for years now. And one of our really staple British viewers, one of our British contingents of the Lee Spring Army. And I got to thank you so much once again for always enjoying this channel and helping to support it and keep it running, because you help us to be able to keep this thing going as our full-time job. We do this all day, every day. And on top of that, it seems like a lot of people are really starting to get a kick out of it, really starting to enjoy it a great deal, because we actually surpassed 339,000 subscribers today. Hey!
That's what I'm talking about.
Big shout out to Matthew. He was the one who got us over the mark today. It's been an interesting week. Interesting enough, I'll actually show you this. This has been our subscriber count, and you can see that it's finally dipped quite a significant bit, and then it's gone right back up. So we are A-OK. It kind of did that a couple of times, actually, since the beginning of February this year. But we finally climbed back out of the hole, and we are doing A-OK.
Honestly, this chart right here is looking like finer than the S&P 500 at this point. If this was the market, I think people would be doing pretty good.
People would be saying, wow, that's a great market. I gotta invest. You gotta invest in the Enforced channel. It's actually rallying. It's going back up. It's absolutely beautiful. Absolutely great. We love to see it. It's a wonderful thing. But it is great to know that a lot of people are subscribing to the channel. We lost some due to some people being fair weather supporters of American and Western interests and a bunch of other things, but we are getting them all back. So welcome back to everyone who is here, and a big thank you to you as well, Susan L, for continuing to support this channel and continuing to help us to keep this thing running, because once again, if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to be here, right now. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Richard McGurl, who put in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Richard, as well, for throwing in the also massive support. And we appreciate it. And I do not see a comment or a super sticker left in the super chat. But thank you very much, Richard, for that support and also helping to keep the channel running. We do appreciate it. And also, thank you for being a longtime channel legend. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you so much for the support, Richard McGurl, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because while you didn't throw in a comment, your support is absolutely incredible and helps us to keep this channel running day in and day out. We have been working hard, very hard, as a matter of fact, on putting out short war videos again every single day, and also running some very good streams, hopefully every single day. Hopefully this is one tonight. But I still have to thank you so much once again for being here with this channel and supporting it and helping it to keep on running, because you are an old guard and a legend of the Lee Spring Army. You you've always been here. And I got to thank you so much for supporting the channel once again tonight and helping us keep this thing rolling, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we still would not be able to make this thing a reality, and we wouldn't be able to pay our bills and keep those lights on. So that way we could make sure to toil under the brightness of these lights, which this one's honestly kind of dim, and continue to put out these absolutely bussing streams for all of y'all. Bussin' indeed. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you so much once again for support, Richard. And with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we'll be moving on into the rest of the news.
All right, and our last one of the first segment is going to go to BC Skyman, also yet another longtime channel legend. Literally everybody on the channel knows BC Skyman. He's been around for that long on the channel, and he puts in a $45 donation. And thank you very much, BC, for that support once again, and also helping to keep the channel running, just like Richard and Susan as well. But thank you very much, BC. And Enforcer, what say you?
And thank you for the amazing support, BC Skyman. Didn't throw in a comment, but we are massively appreciative to you, because you are one of the folks that everyone knows on the channel. You're around almost every single night. You've always supported the channel, and not only that, you're a very interesting and fun person to talk to in the live chat and out of the live chat. And I gotta thank you so much once again for supporting this channel tonight and helping it to keep on running, because folks like you in the Lee Spring Army who support this channel and don't even have to make this thing a reality every single day. And so a massive thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are going to be moving on to the next one. But before we do, National Finder said, hey, thank you for being an amazing content creator, and thank you so much, National Finder, for the kind words. We love to hear that, and hopefully we'll be able to keep up to that standard for years to come. Because I don't think we're going to be running out of news anytime soon, because we're going to be moving right back into it, and we've got a damn good bit. I'm not going to lie. To catch you up to speed a little bit, with the ascension of a new president of the United States of America has come many different things, changing things, as a matter of fact. Some for the good, and some not so good, but that's up for y'all to decide. But beyond that, in the nation of Panama, there's been something that I've largely been saying is actually fairly good for American security interests and American economic interests. As we have seen that over prior years, really from the middle of the 2010s to the present day, the People's Republic of China has been exuding an undue amount of economic influence over the nation of Panama, the Republic of Panama as it's called, by using C. Hutchison, a Hong Kong-based company, to buy the major ports of Balboa, which is right outside of Panama City. Here's the port of Balboa. And then up near the area of Colón, they have also purchased and owned the port of Cristobal, which is also the second largest port in the nation of Panama. As a matter of fact, these are the only two ports within the nation of Panama of any significant size that can accept cargo vessels. And this is something that is a little bit interesting, amongst many other things that the Chinese have been involved in. Chinese companies have invested significantly in creating the new Panamax canals, also in producing and building the bridges that now cross the Panama Canal, and this has given the People's Republic of China a great deal of undue economic influence over the Republic of Panama and their decision-making. It has been considered by this channel and by many that this could become a strategic death knell for the United States in the outbreak of a major conflict inside of the Pacific, as we could see that many U.S. warships that could be surge forced into the area through the Panama Canal, including U.S. destroyers and some of the smaller vessels such as cruisers, would not be able to make it into the Pacific as quickly as possible because the Panama Canal may be cut off and deny them access at their time of need. This was largely dispelled, well, not really dispelled, but debated by many, and some people have said that that was not necessarily a true statement. But actually it was about a week ago at this point, not really several days ago, C. Hutchison actually liquidated their holdings at the port of Balboa and Cristobal and have actually transferred them, if I'm correct, to the BlackRock Investment Group. We have now been able to hear that the People's Republic of China has openly chastised C. Hutchison for the action, stating that it largely led to the People's Republic of China losing critical influence over Panama that could have been used to leverage the United States at a later date. That was specifically stated today by the People's Republic of China. Xi Jinping, according to the Wall Street Journal, has been angered by the C. Hutchison Company's plan, or actually execution of the plan, to sell the Panama Canal ports to the U.S.-led investment group BlackRock. Xi Jinping's leadership planned to use the ports as a bargaining chip in U.S. talks. Later information...
That's honestly shocking, actually. That's shocking that company didn't actually get permission before they did that, because I could have sworn that they would have permission to do that, because surely, with that being a Chinese company, they know how the system works, and even though the whole time they were trying to claim, oh, look, we're independent of China, blah, 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 blah. It's like you don't get to exist as a company in China without having some connection to the government. You have to. It's impossible not to. So it's like, they didn't ask, and now they really stepped in it. It seems like that company's probably going to have some repercussions from the Chinese government.
And it does seem so. The thing that may have led them to be able to do that is that they are a Hong Kong-based company, and the People's Republic of China may not have been able to fully integrate a lot of the Hong Kong-based companies completely into the centrally planned state apparatus of the Chinese Communist Party. So this may have allowed C. Hutchison that limited level of autonomy to where they could make that decision almost as their own investment firm instead of a direct actor of the CCP, although they did purchase those port holdings pretty much through a direct action of a CCP or large influence because of it. But it is quite obvious at this point, because of the statements or really actions of the Chinese government, that the Chinese holdings in Panama and the sway or control that they allowed over the Panamanian government wasn't a myth. Put that in the little jar of things that the enforcer got right, because we did state that that would be a critical compromising factor for the United States of America, economically or militarily, if the Chinese continue to have an undue economic influence over the Republic of Panama. The fact that the Chinese are now making a major stink over the fact that they have lost the control of these port holdings is letting us know that there was a clandestine purpose for a Chinese investment firm to have any kind of control over them in the first place, and it is once again showing us that the People's Republic of China has been positioning itself through economic prowess to be able to try and put the United States into compromising positions if the time was ripe or if it was necessary for Chinese ambitions. One other thing that I want to point out as well that is a little bit interesting about Panama, because this is something that someone asked, would the Panama Canal employees just close off the canal to a freaking warship? I mean, it's got guns. Well, that's not really how it works, you see, because if an Arleigh-Burke-class destroyer shows up to the Panama Canal and says, hey, let me through, and they say no, well, it's not just going to start blasting them. It takes an official declaration of war or an approval of presidential action. And then not only that, if you just start blasting a warship's cannon, which wouldn't really even do that much damage in the first place, it's a 76mm main gun. But let's just, well, actually it's a 127mm, but let's just say that you did. You start causing irreparable damage to the actual canal control systems that would allow you to pass through if you won. Also, on top of that, the other thing is that you're not going to be able to threaten by aiming a gun at the canal workers to open up the canal and let you pass through. Because you know what happens when you do that? They could allow you to pass through and then have your ship stranded in Gatson Lake where you can't even get out. Because there's no way out the other side without going down another system of locks. So it wouldn't really make a lot of sense to just add like, well, it's a freaking warship, just let it through or it blasts you. The world doesn't work that simply. There's a lot of other mitigating factors that makes that practically impossible to actually implement. So, it's not as easy or straightforward as it would seem. Also, bringing the canals under our control at that point, if they refuse this entry, would be a pretty long and drawn-out process, as we would have to draw up a battle plan and then execute it to be able to actually seize the Panama Canal Zone and then bring the canal under the control of the United States Panama Canal Zone, which could take weeks to plan and then another couple of maybe days to execute, and by then any sort of a time window that we needed for these warships to get into the Pacific has long since passed, and also those warships would have had to have made it all the way around Argentina not Argentina, South America at that point, and made it into the Pacific by the time we actually came under control of the Panama Canal. So at that point, that is literally pointless. It's like quite literally pointless to do any of that. So it's more important for us to have control of the canal right now instead of later, because we would need to have the control of the canal at the time of. But moving on from that and that little summary right there, we are going to be moving on out of China and on into the major diplomatic developments outside of East Asia that have happened today. Many of y'all will have heard about some phone call. Oh, that phone call. Many people heard last week that the President of the United States stated that he would have a major diplomatic development, a groundbreaking one, peace was assured, by Monday. Monday came, and there was no big announcement. The only announcement that we got, which wasn't really a big one, is that the President of the United States would finally get in a phone call with the President of the Russian Federation. And many people vie for the time and attention of the President of the Russian Federation. I can tell you, many a pauper in Russia would love to talk to Putin, and it appears that we would love to as well. And so, finally, on the day of, the phone call meeting time came. And then Putin decided to disrespect the president of the United States by going to a meeting with the oligarchs and then speaking to them. And they staged this quite deliberately here with the guy who looks like he's from the Christmas Story with the giant-ass glasses. He is one of the oligarchs, and he does this. Here's the clip just to show you. Mr. President Putin, it is time for you to meet the president. Holds up his watch to make sure to make the showmanship top-notch. Shouldn't you go and meet the president of the United States? And so Putin then says, this is what elicited the laugh out of the audience. Donald Trump, he can wait. And then the crowd laughed. And so that was the thing.
Man, the disrespect, honestly. And Putin's even wearing a suit. Look at that. He's wearing a suit, and he's dishing out the disrespect like Dr. Disrespect out here. I'll tell you what, in the public's view on their main channel.
But wearing the suit, very professional, and then professionally disrespecting the president of the United States. Crazy, right? Like crazy. You know, I actually heard, just to put this out there, you know, not getting political here, I just want to point out things, that the president of the United States specifically stated that apparently we're liars, because we also said this as well, because the Witkoff delegation, when they arrived in Moscow, didn't have to wait. That's a lie. The Russians received them immediately and went straight into negotiations. There was no 8-hour wait. Now on national Russian TV, Putin is literally making the president of the United States wait to talk to him. This was the assigned time, like when he's sitting right here on this video, that he was supposed to be in a phone call with the president of the United States, and he decided to pimp him out and make him wait about, I think it was an hour and a half or 2 hours before he got on the call. And I want to remind all of y'all that the president of the United States stated that it was wildly disrespectful for Zelensky to be 30 minutes late to the White House, although he was spending that additional 30 minutes that he was late because of speaking to Congress members of the U.S. government that were wanting to talk to him. He didn't want to be disrespectful to them, so he wanted to talk to all of those Congress members and, really representatives and senators, and that's what made him 30 minutes late. Putin deliberately goes out of his way to talk to his oligarchs instead of the president of the United States, making him 2 hours late by a deliberate action of disrespect, and then we say that the Russians respect the United States of America. Absolutely crazy to me. It's quite clear that he doesn't. They then got on a phone call and had a very deep and long discussion about the end of the war. And of course, as we all know, the president of the United States is the master of the deal. The president of the United States has made quite a great deal. Deals that would make eyes water. Like that one time that he had that deal in Las Vegas. This was actually a very interesting one. I always look back at it and go, this one right here, where he built this hotel, and this giant empty parking lot here was supposed to be developed simultaneously by another group of developers into a state-of-the-art mall, one that would have been the envy of the Strip, and it would have actually driven all of the attention away from the other malls of the Strip, or other casinos, and to the International Hotel right here. The president of the United States put all of his money into building this hotel, and then the investment group that was supposed to build that mall backed out. And to this day, it's still a giant empty sand lot in the middle of the Strip, because they still have not developed it. But nevertheless, the master of the deal. There's never been a time that he has ever made a bad decision or a bad deal. And so he talked to Putin, and he made a convincing argument for peace. A peace that was real. We shafted the Ukrainians, and we did it proudly, to get them to agree to presenting the Russians with an unconditional, preconditioned ceasefire. The Russians would have to agree to nothing rather than saying, we will stop shooting. And that was all that the Ukrainians needed to stop the war right then and there. There would have been a 30-day ceasefire, no holds barred. The president of the United States was able to negotiate Putin into an agreement that was even better. The war will continue, and lives will be lost every hour, but the Russians will stop their attacks on energy infrastructure for 30 days. An energy infrastructure ceasefire. A great and amazing idea, and thus, peace was secured forever, and the Russians never attacked a power plant again. 2 hours later, the Russians then bombed the Slovyansk power plant and knocked it out, and then completely knocked out the power grid in Slovyansk.
Oh, that's funny. That's a bit odd. You would think that when Putin makes an agreement, since he wants peace so bad, you would think that he would abide by his own ceasefire proposal that he literally proposed, and the U.S. said, "Oh, thank you so much for that appeasement right there. We appreciate that. This proves that Putin wants peace. He wants peace. He agreed to a minuscule ceasefire, a small compromise." And then Putin said, "Oh, well, watch this," and then he did this.
Yeah, and then look, here's the clip. Like, Matthew actually put this whole thread together. A huge credit to Matthew for doing it. This is the clip of a Russian, I believe it was a Shahed or a Garan 2, hitting the Slovyansk power plant. You can actually see the watermark here is from Telegram channel Slovyansk Kramatorsk. So this is near to the Slovyansk power plant. You see the flash?
Пиздана.
And there is the boom. Moving on from that, we then got to hear that the Russians, according to Mira of Kyiv, did hit the power system of Slovyansk, and the next region, half the city is without electricity. A Ukrainian parliament member also confirmed the strike on the energy infrastructure in Slovyansk, once again confirming that a strike was made. And that is not that far out of the picture. For that to be taken in Slovyansk, the power plant isn't that far away. It actually would be visible to see it get hit, because the Slovyansk power station is right there. Like, it's not that far from the city. It's only a couple of miles out. So seeing any kind of a flash or an explosion clearly makes it the case that the Slovyansk power plant was hit, and the fact that there was a massive blackout in the city, taking up about half of it, is once again confirming to us that the power plant took a direct hit and it was knocked off of the grid. We don't know for how long. It may be knocked out for days, weeks, months, maybe a few hours, but nevertheless, that was another Russian attack, literally only 2 hours after Putin said that he was ordering all of his troops to not attack power plants, and that there was going to be a 30-day ceasefire on both sides to not strike energy infrastructure. The Russians broke the deal 2 hours later. Now, one thing that I do want to say here really quickly is that I don't want anyone to construe my statements. I've seen some people trying to construe them this way, as statements trying to make the president sound like a doofus. Not at all, not at all. One thing I will say, though, is that the president of the United States is giving far too much deference to an enemy of the state, which is the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation should not be given this kind of leeway. I'm all for doing things fairly. Now, if we wanted to be limp noodles, we could have gone into this with the Ukrainians being a limp noodle. But if you remember properly, we brought Zelensky to the White House, shafted him on national TV, and then sent him on his way and bitched him out until he agreed to presenting the Russians with an unconditional ceasefire, no preconditions. Then with the Russians, we allow them to sit around, really dick around, and then we sit there when they say, okay, 30-day ceasefire on energy infrastructure, and we go, look, we're the bringers of peace, and then they hit a power plant 2 hours later, and there's no response from the United States. It's not fair. It's not a fair implementation of this strong guy persona. We're only a strong guy to people who are our allies, and we knock them the hell around, and then to the Russian Federation, we act like they're a sweet little bippy, and we can't really do anything to them, and we'll just sit there and say sweet little nothings to them, and that's just something that annoys me, because if we had gone into the whole deal and shafted Zelensky, which we did, and that was fairly uncalled for and undiplomatic and quite rude, but then we did the same thing to the Russians, I'd say, well, at least it was a fair implementation across the board. But we shaft Zelensky and then give Putin deference on everything and just act like he can't do anything wrong. That's where my issue lies, because if we acted like Zelensky could do nothing wrong and then Putin could do nothing wrong, then we're being limp-noodled fairly. But you can't be strong-armed to one party and then not to the other when they're clearly not looking for a ceasefire. The Russians aren't looking for a ceasefire. As a matter of fact, after the phone call, Putin then had put out a transcript, a general summary of the phone call, and then stated that he wants a complete cessation of military aid to Kyiv as a key condition to resolving the conflict, meaning to get into a ceasefire, the U.S. has to stop all support to Ukraine, including all of Europe as well, for a ceasefire to even begin. Not only that, but they also added in that mobilizations in Ukraine need to stop and the Ukrainian army needs to dismantle itself before a ceasefire, literally meaning that you have to get into an unconditional surrender to then negotiate the end of the war, meaning that the end of the war is being negotiated on Russia's terms, not equal terms or not fair terms. And that is something that is absolutely crazy. But after Putin agreed to that energy ceasefire with U.S. officials, he broke it only hours later. And a lot of people are wondering, did he do that intentionally, or did he not know that it happened, or what? And it looks like a lot of people are believing that that was a very intentional act by the Russian Federation. They disrespected the President of the United United States by making him wait 2 hours before the phone call was scheduled to begin. He made them then wait 2 hours after the scheduled time, and then only a few hours later they hit another power plant. It seems to me, before we even get into the poll, it's fairly clear that nothing but disrespect is meant towards the United States of America. But Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So 78% of the audience said Putin did this intentionally by breaking the energy ceasefire within literal hours after the phone call. And 10% said we need more detail on it. And 8% said Putin probably didn't even know what happened. And I would say that considering the fact that Putin literally said on the readout of the phone call with the U.S. president, he said, I had already ordered my forces to start abiding by this energy ceasefire literally before he was off the phone with the U.S. president. So the ceasefire that Putin basically proposed himself was in effect by the time the call ended. And an hour or two after the phone call ended, they struck another power plant anyway. So I would say it's 100% intentional. There's no doubt in my mind about that. And also, it was also intentional when Putin went out in front of the entire press and also made the little stink he made there in front of the oligarchs, pretending like he was just going to brush off the U.S. president when he felt like it. And basically, the U.S. president would sit there on the phone until he got ready to get on the phone call at his leisure, meaning Putin's leisure. So
and he did.
the whole thing is designed to basically put the U.S. president in his place, at least in Putin's viewpoint. That's what Putin is trying to do here. And the U.S. should not allow that to happen because this is making us look really like an embarrassment, to be perfectly honest. Putin has invaded a foreign country, an ally of the United States. The guy has killed civilians. He's done all kinds of heinous things. And now he's making the U.S. look like fools at the same time. We shouldn't allow that to happen. We should be taking a very strong stance against Putin and not letting him keep on doing this. So I would say I'm with the 78%, very intentional, and we should actually respond to it in some meaningful way. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that nothing but disrespect is meant by the Russian Federation against the United States. It's clear and obvious from the actions that they're taking that that is 100% the case. The Russian Federation goes out of its way to postpone the phone call 2 hours. And I got to say, this is a little bit stupid to think about. And it honestly pisses me off as a citizen of the United States, knowing that the president was done that way. The president of the United States has a phone call time scheduled. So what does Putin do? Putin makes him wait, and then the president of the United States waited. Like he could have just said, forget it, he's 2 hours late now, I'm not getting on the phone with him. No, he waited. Like, why? We shafted Zelensky for being in America and being 30 minutes late for getting to the White House because he was speaking to Congress members. We shafted him because he was trying to not show any disrespect to the Congress, which is another extension of the U.S. government. So instead of applying that rule fairly to Putin, and he's over an hour late at a minimum to the call and just scrapping the call, no, we wait 2 hours and bitch ourselves out pretty much, and so that way he can get on the call at his leisure. That's absolutely
he had too much.
crazy.
The reason why he waited, he had way too much politically riding on it because the public statements coming out of the U.S. president's office has been Putin really truly wants peace. Ukraine's the tough one to deal with. So for the U.S. president to not wait and jump off the call beforehand, he'd basically be proving himself wrong and making himself look stupid on his own accord. So that's why he waited that long, was because he didn't want to look goofy, basically by jumping off the call super early. He didn't want to do that. So he was basically forcing himself to stay on the call to make himself look politically like a winner. So that's why he did it. That's why you don't want to put your eggs in Russia's basket, by the way, because they will turn on you. And of course, they will prove you to be liars because there's nothing that Putin does that's honest. And the whole time he's been negotiating is in bad faith. It's been clearly obvious the entire time. And I think, honestly, I know some people are going to say, oh, like he doesn't realize this. I think after today, regardless of what's being said in the public, I think the U.S. president is starting to realize that there's no way you can talk this guy out of being the way he is. He is determined to take Russia to the brink, and nothing that the U.S. president says to Putin is going to basically get him out of that mindset. Putin is going all the way, and it doesn't matter what's happening. Putin's simply buying time right now. That's all he's doing with these little, here's a bone type treatment when he keeps throwing a bone to the United States.
And also, here's the other kicker, Matthew. Putin said that he was going to agree to a 30-day energy infrastructure ceasefire, meaning that they wouldn't target energy infrastructure. But the stupid thing about that is that it's not even the on-season for energy infrastructure. It's the off-season. Energy infrastructure is attacked in the fall, in the early winter, so that way when the power grid is pulling the most power out of the grid, they're being able to provide the least amount. That's when the Russians attack energy infrastructure. They have been already curtailing most of their attacks on energy infrastructure recently because it's not the season for it. It's the off season. They're going to start attacking other targets instead. And that's how it's been every single year. And so Putin agrees to a pretty much pointless ceasefire because energy infrastructure isn't even the target at this time of year, and then he went out of his way to have the Slovyansk power plant hit anyways, when it didn't even matter. Like, the whole thing is nothing but disrespect and playing the President of the United States for a fool. And that's something that I think should end right here and right now. It looks like it might. I'm wanting to, of course, I want to say this. I want to have hope that the President of the United States is looking with this with open eyes and not having clear and evident bias, because it would seem to me that it would be clear to anyone that the Russians are playing us for schmucks at this point, and we should go back to the stance that we had to where we were going to force the Russians to the negotiating table on reasonable terms and not on their terms, and we'll keep the war going until that time comes around. But moving on from that and getting all into some of the diplomatic developments that we did hear about in the United States, the United States did state, or at least the President of the United States did state, that cutting off aid to Ukraine was not a topic that came up in the conversation with Putin. And according to a direct quote, we didn't discuss it all. We discussed a lot of topics, but nothing about cutting aid. Putin, on the other hand, in his official transcript, actually stated that they did discuss cutting off aid, but it appears that the President of the United States is insisting that they are not going to be cutting off aid to Ukraine and just completely omitted that part of the phone call. We also got to hear, hold up, dude, Abu Hassan got banned? Like, what the hell?
Yep, he's gone.
You better lock up your doors today. But anyways, moving on from that, the president did allude to World War III. And we were able to hear that the president of the United States also stated that if World War III happens over us, that would be quite ridiculous, but strange things can happen. Kind of showing that he's even believing that this could continue to devolve into a worse situation if time progresses. We then also got to hear that apparently there was a opening in the sky today. This was an interesting one. One thing of note that was mentioned in the White House readout of the call between the U.S. and Russian presidents was the point that both leaders agreed that Iran should never be in a position to destroy Israel. While it's unclear whether this is President Putin agreeing that Iran should be prevented from building and platforming a nuclear weapon, the comment is interesting, to say the least. And I generally have a way to understand this because I actually speak Russian diplomatic talk, and I can tell you all exactly what that means. Iran shouldn't be in a position to destroy Israel in any way, shape, or form because Israel should be destroyed along with the people living in Israel, and it should become Palestine, blöd. That way, Iran would never have a reason to destroy Israel because Israel will not exist anymore. That is, of course, working off the same logic that we Russians use in Ukraine. So that ought to make sense. I'm sure that's what Putin probably meant because he's been playing the United States as a schmuck in Ukraine, so I'm fairly sure that that's the same kind of a schmuck thing that's happening with Iran with that kind of a statement. I would assume that it's probably not sincere at all. But moving on out of the diplomatic developments inside the United States, it's now time for us to move on over into Europa, where we got to hear that the French will be sending more Mirage 2000s of their own to France, to Ukraine directly, and we also got to hear of a big boy move today, a real big boy move, over there in eastern France. Over here near Strasbourg, which is in Alsace-Lorraine, which is this little province of France that stretches along the German border, there was an interesting thing that was stated today by the French, and it made me go, oh, the French. They've always been known for their nuclear deterrence. There is a Rafale aircraft in eastern France, equipped with that same nuclear deterrence. As Macron did announce that Rafale fighter jets armed with nuclear warheads will be deployed at an airbase near the German border, meaning that as far as anyone's concerned, France has about the same nuclear deterrent on the European continent as the United States does. The United States does have nuclear-capable aircraft, I believe, based out of Ramstein Air Base, with a couple of B-61 nuclear gravity bombs, but now the French also have some pretty much in the same area within western France, well, actually eastern France, meaning that the French will now be able to provide about the same kind of nuclear deterrent as the United States. Very interesting and very neat. But moving on from that, and on up into Lithuania, where it is quite lit. The Lithuanians and the Latvians and the Estonians are pretty cool. We were able to hear that there was a interesting announcement to an investigation that was jointly conducted by the Polish government and the Lithuanian government. As we were able to hear that the investigation of the Lithuanian prosecutor's office has confirmed our suspicions that responsible for setting fires to shopping centers in Vilnius and Warsaw are the Russian secret services, in a sense, the FSB. Good to know before negotiations. Such is the nature of this state. Once again, making it very clear that the Russian Federation has been conducting acts of terror, quite literally, within Eastern Europe to further their goals of trying to wean away support for Ukraine by Eastern European countries. Once again, they're operating like terrorists. Moving on from that, though, we were able to hear that apparently the Russians may be trying to put others in fear, but it's the Ukrainian army that's really putting the Russian government in fear today, as we were able to hear that there is a new invasion that has been conducted by Ukrainian armed forces into Belgorod. We have been able to hear that there has been a breakthrough near Krasnaya Yaruga in the northern region of the Belgorod Oblast, and it appears that they may be making ground, although we don't have exact information about the offensive at this point. But Ukraine has begun a new offensive into Belgorod, and is Ukraine trying to replicate the Kursk offensive, a diversionary tactic at best? And some people are saying that yes, that is Ukraine's goal. Some people are saying Ukraine is only doing border raids. Better pull out that raid roach spray then, because they're getting pretty prolific. And some others are saying that time is only going to tell, and some are unsure and undecided. But Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So 54% of the audience said, yes, that is Ukraine's goal in Belgorod, which is to basically start a new diversionary tactic, just like they did in Kursk. While 21% said, no, Ukraine's just doing border raids. And 17% said only time is going to tell. And on this one, it is super early really to tell what's going on with this, because this was just broken in a story today. This is a brand new piece of news. And so far, the Russians claim they've repelled it. So, of course, they lie. So you can't take that at face value. And the Ukrainians are saying that they're starting some new offensive in Belgorod, but didn't go into any detail. So for right now, I'm going to say that maybe they're trying to go for another Kursk 2.0 in Belgorod, but it's just too early to tell. So I'm going to go with the 17%. And we'll probably get more details on that tomorrow. And of course, we'll be watching the map to see if there's any new gains near that area. So, Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, I would have to agree with the 17% as well, Matthew. I'd have to go with the safe option. That only time is going to tell. I really don't know what's up with this right now. But hopefully we'll get some more information on this in the future. But moving on from that and into the actual news that we did get from the ground, we did get to hear earlier on in the day about a possible invasion of Belgorod. You see a fire was started right there.
Как уебало, осколки на асфальте, я тормозился, передо мной осколки полетели. И вот после удара, короче, загорелся фасад, нахуй. Я уже 112 позвонил.
And we also got to see some smoke rising from the surrounding towns. We also then got to hear that evacuation order was issued for the entirety of the Krasnoyarushki district of the Belgorod region. This area right here in the dotted red line. We also get to see this meme of this crying Russian guy who's like red as a beet. Down there in the corner. I never saw that one before. That's fresh. But moving on from that, we then got actual picture proof of the Ukrainians in the region. That is a Bergpanzer, which is kind of like an engineering vehicle. This was taken through the lens of a Russian drone, but it is confirming that Ukrainian vehicles did make it into the Kursk Oblast today, and it appears that a significant column of them, actually Belgorod Oblast, made it in. It doesn't appear that there was any suppressive action that we were able to confirm, so at this moment we are assuming that the Ukrainians have a pretty decent foothold near to the town of Kototilovka, which has been raided by the Ukrainians in the past. Meanwhile, just north of that, near Sucha, we also got to see the Russians getting hit by an FPV.
Работают, да?
Работа, да?
Короче, вот адские машины.
When you see them looking around, just taking a gander at the sights and sounds of
Вон гудит.
Sucha.
Идет, вот он.
Oh, picking up speed.
Oh!
Oh, bliat.
Пацаны, помогите. Стоп, не могу ноги поставить. Давай быстрее.
Well, that's the end of that clip. Interesting to see, nevertheless. And moving on from that, we also got to see that 3 Koksan SPGs also got destroyed today in the Kursk Oblast by the 14th Artillery Brigade. We can see the Koksan SPGs inside the tree line there. We see all of them in very close proximity. Probably not the best thing, because the adjustments to the artillery fire doesn't even have to be that significant. You pretty much hit them all at the same time. And there goes the clusters, pretty much blanketing all three of them with one round. And that was the end of the clip. We didn't get to see them burning or anything afterwards. I'm not really sure if they were completely destroyed or just disabled, but still, nice to see. Moving on from that, though, and out of that clip, we were able to hear some interesting news coming out of Kyiv today, as we were able to see the air defense report. Last night, 137 drones were launched. 127 of them were taken down, either by being shot down or through electronic warfare means, meaning that the interception rate is somewhere around 93% last night. Very impressive. Moving on from that, we were able to hear that Ukraine is ready to keep the war going if need be. According to the foreign minister, Syria, he stated that Ukraine is ready to continue resisting if the Kremlin does not accept the proposal for a 30-day ceasefire, and they didn't, so they'll keep fighting. We also got to hear some additional news as well, that the foreign minister has once again laid out Ukraine's terms. Ukraine does not recognize the loss of land, and will also refuse to prescribe restrictions for its armed forces and refusal to join NATO and the EU in the peace agreement. That was according to the foreign minister. It does appear that Ukraine is quite adamant on their position, and considering that the Russians are adamant on theirs, why not make it fair? Moving on from that and into the location unknowns, we also got to see some additional news of an F-16 in the sky. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, look at that. That's beautiful right there. Look at that. It's American, like all American cheese, but this right here is the cheese.
Man,
look at that go.
This thing is Gouda. But moving on.
Oh, man, it's smoke Gouda, too. I see that smoke coming out the back.
Oh, man, I'm telling you. But moving on from that, we also got to get the Russian casualty report. And,
they got so lucky at 777. They're now up to 3,780 special equipment, also known as Bobcats, taken out. +2 today. I love to see it, but tell us more.
And man, oh man, those numbers are looking juicy. Miss DC, keeper of the record, stated that there was a nice increase from prior day, and all is above the 7-day averages. 149 drones ranks as the 18th highest daily loss, but those numbers be busting. 1,560 Russian troops have been wounded and killed in the past 24 hours, along with 20 APCs, 107 supply trucks, 8 main battle tanks, 42 artillery pieces, 149 drones, 1 MLRS, 3 anti-aircraft warfare systems, and 2 Bobcat skid steers. Today was quite a good day, and the Russians were seething and coping over it quite tremendously. Moving on from that and down into the area of Belgorod, we were able to hear from the Russians just a little while ago that they had taken the town of Belgorod in its entirety, and that the Ukrainians wept because the Russians were just better than them. That was not the case, as we did get footage today showing that the Ukrainians are still in Belgorod and they're holding their ground. This guy, he's in Belgorod. And while it really isn't standing anymore, they still hold it. So, the Russians, they lie. Well, that's the end of that clip right there. Interesting to see. And moving on from that and into our next clip, we also get to see some drone footage showing that they still hold the town. Mostly destroyed still, but they still hold it. So, you know, Russians can get bent. I just heard the sound of something slamming on a table. I'm not sure if that was from the video or if that was Matthew's microphone.
That was actually me pressing a key, and my finger slipped off the key. I smashed the side of my laptop, and luckily it's okay, though. It's made out of metal. It was just an apple.
Okay, weird ad placement, but okay. Moving on from that and down into Kupiansk, we also got to see the 46th hitting Russian forces within this direction. And they were playing rock music while they were doing it. It makes it that much cooler. And when you see,
as you can see right here, the tree line is not what it used to be. This thing right here is turned into sticks, basically. There's no leaves left on this stuff whatsoever. It's like it's been plucked, absolutely plucked of leaves. And as you can see, it provides no cover whatsoever.
In the words of a certain person who reviews airlines, the tree line is gone and the Ukrainians clear it out.
Indeed.
And we see the Russians recovering one of their drones, and it looks like they're about to recover a second one that they didn't have.
Oh, you see how the thing just like scooted in there like that?
Yeah,
look at it. It's like, man, it paused for a second, like, and it just lowered and went straight in. Like, okay.
Man, look, like the Russians, like, let me get my drone here. And the Ukrainian drone's like, what's this? Let me take a gander.
It's sniffing.
It's like it just goes straight in.
Oh my God, man, the way that it just snuck right in there. That's scary.
Oh, and that place is gone.
God.
Oh my God. I can't believe it. I can actually pull out the line and it's real. Whoa. Look at that boiler.
Oh my God, it's a boiler.
It's a
Aw,
literal
man.
boiler. We've never seen one in the whole war. The joke actually makes sense now. Whoa, look at that boiler. I mean, you know, the standards might have dropped, but that thing isn't meeting OSHA standards. I mean, whoa, that might be the next Casey Jones here, but you know, we gotta stay careful here. Whoa.
It's just like him.
Oh man.
Oh, look at this thing. It's like one of those little things they put up in Walmart to catch the thieves.
There are thieves in the Walmart, and not only
Yeah.
that, gangs roam the self-checkouts.
You know, they'll have like the little police blue lights like flashing on it too. It's like the little camera with the pole on it in the parking lot.
Dude, yeah, I know that one. Dude, honestly, man, like I don't know why a problem has been made out of that because it's like I don't know if it's a different rule outside of motor vehicles, but it's like if you're not law enforcement, aren't you supposed to have flashing lights that are amber, not blue?
Just on the public roads. If the trailer could like drive on the public road, you couldn't have the blue lights. But since it's on Walmart's private property in their parking lot, you can flash them all you want.
Well, raise the roof on that one, man, and they really did. But that's interesting, Matthew. I was wondering about that.
I think at least.
That was just a Russian taking a nap.
Back to the sirens, back to the things. I think that's the case at least. I think you can do that on private property, but at the same time, after I said that, I was like, well, I have some hesitancy about that. It might actually depend on the state.
That's interesting. I wonder if Walmart has different rules for that from state to state. Oh, and they got it. The hole-in-one. Holy moly! But moving on from that and on into Velika Novosoka, we also got to see them hitting some Russians down here. This Ukrainian unit is the one with the pepper shakers. And some people wonder, why do they have pepper shakers? Well, you're about to see them pepper some Russians. That's why. Check it out. Oh, and there goes a couple of them. Goodbye to Ivan. It looks like he won't be driving.
Do you think they have a fire extinguisher?
I don't think so. You know, Matthew, you know when Russian police pull over anyone who's like drunk driving, I bet you they say, drinking and driving, Ivan? And then the guy's like, yes. And then they're like, as you should be. Carry on.
Yes. Oh, is that a beer you have in your hands, Mr. Comrade Russian driver? Yes, Mr. Police, it's a beer. Oh, Bliat, you don't drink this beer. Let me have that. You don't drink that and drive. Here's a bottle of vodka instead. Here, have this instead.
Wait a minute. Did you say beer? Are you a Western spy? Only real Russian drink vodka, Bliat. You do not drink beer. You are a weak bitch. You know, like too low alcohol content. You have to drink one sip and go blind from alcohol content, or else you're not real Russian, Bliat.
Oh, man, and you notice that cheap Russian vodka, too, that actually tastes like rubbing alcohol instead of, like, you know, good vodka that has no flavor at all to it. And they're sitting there just, ugh.
Man, you know what the difference is in between an oil refinery and an alcohol distillery in Russia?
What's that?
There isn't one. They're the same thing.
Hey, look at that.
But moving on from that and that cheesy joke, it's time for us to get on down into Kherson, where we got to see a Bofors gun provided by the Swedes shooting down a drone. It was pretty sick, actually. Bringing me back to World War II out here.
Yeah.
Oh!
Oh, yes.
Man.
They put the bat symbol up there. Did you see that? They had the bat symbol.
Bro,
oh my God.
they had the bats. They're eating the bats. Well, we'll get to that later, maybe. But we also got to hear that Ukraine captured some oil rigs. That one's on fire, but they captured it technically, so, you know, I guess it counts. But nice to know that they're doing that. And so, with that, we are going to be moving on from that little clip right there and on up into, I actually forgot a little one. Oh, sneaky me, almost forgot one there. Oh, whoopsie days, I had to make sure I didn't forget anything else right there. But moving on down into Krasnodar, totally forgot to tell you all this, but the Kuban oil refinery it's burning, and here's some clips of it.
Горят как. Сейчас проехали. Смотрите.
And that thing is toasting quite nicely indeed. And we also were able to get a little bit of extra footage of it. Take a gander at that. It's cooking nicely.
That's burning good. I like to see that. That's nice right there. You know, it's like that oil refinery. You know how it has like the little pilot light thing? There's always like a little bit of like oil burning off somewhere. I don't think it's supposed to be this large.
No, I think this might be a workplace hazard, honestly.
Колен Роща, блядь.
I guess you could say that the after the Russians broke that little energy infrastructure ceasefire, the Ukrainians took advantage. But moving on out of that, now to Krasnodar, it's now time for us to get on up to Kyiv and cover the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky. And crazily enough, this news segment was actually 2 hours long, so almost dead on the nail with the assessment for the night. But let me make sure to get you all the most recent speech, which should be this one from yesterday. Zelensky's a little busy today, but this is a real long-lasting speech of 7 minutes and 20 seconds, so it should make y'all very happy, and it actually will bring us up to exactly a 2-hour-long news segment. So without further ado, here is the speech. Speech!
Здоров'я, дорогі українці, українки. Сьогодні провів ставку, кілька питань було, але найголовніше – це дрони. Всі типи дронів, які потрібні. Є хороші новини щодо далекобійних дронів. Наш дрон на 3000 кілометрів пройшов випробування. Я вдячний розробникам, вдячний виробникам. Ми розвиваємо таку лінійку далекобійних засобів, яка допоможе гарантувати безпеку нашої держави. Сьогодні ж доповідали щодо застосування українських ракет довгого Нептуна, можна сказати, задоволені результатами уражень. Але потрібно виробляти більше. Більше ракет, більше дронів. І на тижні ми будемо говорити про це з нашими партнерами. Український ресурс оборонного виробництва разом з інвестиціями партнерів, передусім в Європі, це надійний фундамент для нової архітектури безпеки, яка неодмінно буде створена на нашому континенті. Альтернативи цьому немає. Безпека потрібна. І це лише питання часу, коли всі на континенті зрозуміють, що стара архітектура безпеки вже не спрацює. Потрібні нові речі. Достатньо сучасної технологічної зброї. Достатньо видатків на оборону. Достатньо інвестицій в оборонне виробництво. І головне – мотивація. Мотивація захищати свій дім, а це означає контингенти, які мають відповідний бойовий досвід та які тренуються у тих, хто має цей досвід. Сьогодні провів нараду з новим керівником Генерального штабу Андрієм Гнатовим. Разом з міністром оборони України Умєровим ми визначили першочергові завдання. Зокрема, це стосується корпусної системи. Треба якнайшвидше це впроваджувати. Також вже найближчим часом будуть зустрічі з партнерами в Європі. Саме заради того, щоб практично визначитись щодо деяких деталей майбутньої системи безпеки в Європі, щодо контингентів партнерів, які готові допомогти миру в Україні. Очікую доповідь міністра оборони щодо нашої підготовки до таких зустрічей. Говорив сьогодні також з президентом Франції Макроном. Скоординували наші позиції. Напередодні розмови президента Трампа і Путіна. Напередодні зустрічі в Європі. Я хочу подякувати Еммануелю та подякувати всій Франції за підтримку. Дуже важливо, що завтра вже тиждень, як на столі пропозиція Америки щодо тиші у небі, на морі та на фронті. Цю пропозицію вже давно можна було почати реалізовувати. Кожен день в умовах війни – це життя людей. Зараз вже майже тиждень, як абсолютно всім у світі, навіть тим, хто вже 3 роки не хотів визнавати правду. Очевидно, що саме Путін продовжує і затягує цю війну. Саме Путін вже тиждень не здатний вичавити із себе так. у відповідь на пропозицію тиші. Він там розповідає що завгодно, але не те, що хоче почути зараз увесь світ. Безумовна пропозиція тиші – фактично збереження життів, щоб дипломати могли працювати для гарантування безпеки і надійного миру. Саме цю пропозицію Росія ігнорує. Тиск потрібен, щоб нарешті в Москві сприйняли, що їхню війну треба завершувати. Сьогодні ж я говорив з президентом Аргентини Мілеєм. Поінформував його про ситуацію на фронті та в перемовинах. Розказав про те, що ми близько до перших кроків на завершення війни і закликав, щоб голос Аргентини звучав. Як завжди, звучав достатньо впевнено заради миру. Ще одне про наше життя, наше майбутнє, яке буде забезпечено попри все, що намагається зробити Росія із нашою державою. Україна збереже свою незалежність. Ми забезпечимо все необхідне для розвитку нашої країни і людей. І я дякую всім, хто вже зараз працює заради цього, заради нашої стійкості, заради українського розвитку, української освіти, українських дітей. Сьогодні ми разом з першою леді взяли участь у відкритті музею математики тут, у Києві. Це такий спеціальний освітній простір, дуже сучасний. І це завдання для Міністерства освіти, для уряду загалом, для обласної влади брати цей приклад освітнього простору і поширювати його в регіонах. Не тільки в Києві мають бути такі можливості і такі простори. Наші діти всюди в Україні потребують рівного доступу до освіти, до всіх освітніх можливостей. Зараз в умовах війни це надскладно, але реально. І після війни тим більше це має бути забезпечено. Я вдячний всім, хто розвиває науку в Україні, освіту. Всім, хто розвиває нові освітні ініціативи і забезпечує роботу всієї української освітньої інфраструктури. Вчитель в школі, викладач в університеті, засновники, працівники всіх українських освітніх проєктів. Я дякую вам. І обов'язково будемо підтримувати і вчителів, і освіту, і нові освітні проєкти в Україні. Має перемогти життя. Має бути достойний мир. Слава Україні!
And
Slava.
And man, I'm not gonna lie, man. That education center, I was sitting there looking at it, I was like, damn, we don't even have anything like that in America. I was like, that's pretty wild.
Honestly, I thought my mic was still muted from, stepping away for a minute. And I saw that skateboard thing that kid was on. I was like, oh, that's actually pretty sick. Like, it was like some kind of like simulator or something. I couldn't tell what it was, but it was pretty cool looking.
Man, honestly, that was pretty fire. Like, I wish we had that kind of stuff in America. I think the closest thing we have is like the McWane Science Center down here in the South, at least. I think it's still open in Birmingham. Let me go see. I'll show it to you before we like do our whole little, intro into the question segment thing. But it wasn't really the same thing, like it wasn't as nice looking as that one, to be entirely honest.
Yeah. I think the Ukrainian one might have looked a little bit better, honestly.
Bro, they took the stuff that was on a plate when someone was done with their meal and put it on the wall. It's like
Bro, I think there's a restaurant named after this thing called Bonefish.
Yeah, I think so. I'm just kidding, by the way. It was a very cool place to go to as a kid, but the Ukrainian one looks like it has a beat, to be entirely honest. We need to learn and bring that here to America. But man, wait until you know it, man. There's going to be that crowd of people in America who act like you just can't do shit anymore. And they're going to go, we're so cooked, we're third world, instead of just like actually saying, wow, we got to bring that here, like something like that. Like, it's going to happen.
Ukraine would be glad to rub it in too, because Ukraine is the best in the world when it comes to science museums.
Bro, Ukraine's gonna build out like one city block that has like skyscrapers in it that are modern and all made of glass, and then some Americans gonna look at that and then go, "Bro, we are so cooked, man. Like, no, we can't even compare." Like, that's all you have to do to like really mess with a whole bunch of people in America these days is build like one nice area in your country. Like, it literally can just be like 10 square blocks, and people will be going, "We're so freaking cooked. They're so much better." But anyways, with that,
or worse yet, when some Americans get a first glimpse of like China, like some pictures or videos of it, and the Chinese like will take a really curated picture of like a really nice area of China, like right in the middle of the city center that looks modern, and all the Americans will be like, "Oh my God, look, see, China is so far ahead of the rest of the world. The United States is just doo-doo compared to China." It's like they're obviously taking pictures like this one right here, showing you the wonderful spots of it. Now, if you look at the spot where that fighter pilot crashed, though, like in the South China Sea area, oh my God, that's the real China.
man, like they'll look at a picture like that, "Oh my God," and then they'll look at a picture like this, "That's just nasty," and it actually looks pretty nice.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, it's like honestly, man, I think some people just like some Americans have it out for America just like wrongfully. Like I feel like they like just target like our own country and just try and downgrade it. Because look at that and tell me that doesn't look as cool as Tokyo. Like that looks pretty cool.
Yeah, we're on par. I would say this. I would say that we're on par with China. Like, if you go to really rough areas in Alabama, it will look like China's rough sections. Like, I'll be perfectly honest. But you got to go out there to go see them in real life because people usually don't take pictures of those areas like that. You just have to go see them. And also, our cities are as modern as China's cities and many big cities as well, depending on where you're looking.
Bro, they've done rural Alabama dirty.
Oh, this is honestly, this is not as rural as I would say is like bad. This is just like very country, I would guess. But this is more like it right here. Honestly, it looks like Wetumpka, like before they renovated it.
Yeah, kind of. But honestly, man, like this is honestly a bad representation of rural Alabama. I mean, it's not that bad. Like you can go through a decent amount of towns and it looks pretty okay. Like, like let me go. Let's see here. Let's go to Rockford. That'll be a good example right here. Like, kind of like a rural town in Alabama. So this is kind of like what a normal rural town looks like, which isn't that. Honestly, man, this doesn't look like Quashaw or wherever that guy crashed or whatever that looked like ass. Like, it doesn't look like that. This is not bad. Like, but this is what normal rural Alabama looks like. Now,
also, by the way, I see Michael Thomas said, "Go see them and risk your life." Honestly, I'll say this: like I've grown up in we both grown up in the backwoods of Alabama. We've lived there like basically during our entire childhood, and gone and visited several areas in Alabama that most people would be like, "Oh, I don't know if I really want to go there." The people there are usually nice. Like that's the shocking thing. They're actually usually nice. Like the area will be a little sketchy. You'll be like, "I don't know about this," and there are bad areas you can go to, but you're not really like risking your life per se. Just going to a country area. Now, if you go to like, an area with a lot of crime in it or something like that, it's obviously going to be a problem. And there are areas in Alabama that are super dangerous. Like, for example, downtown Birmingham, where we live, is very dangerous. And also the neighborhood off to the left of it. I forgot the name of it. It's like Woodlawn or something like that. Super dangerous over there. So, if you go into a country area, though, usually it's not like too dangerous.
But also, Matthew, by the way, this is what rural Alabama looks like. This, in its best, is what rural China actually looks like. Like, not even paved streets. Like, they're just footpaths through houses that hardly are even electrified. That kind of a thing. But also, another thing is that there is a lot of, like, whitewashing that happens on the internet. Because when you look at, like, when you type in rural Alabama, it shows abandoned buildings, which is not rural Alabama. Like, you're not going to be driving through a whole bunch of abandoned towns. Like, I can tell you that living here. But when you type in rural China, look at these pictures that it throws up. Like, that's just normally what you would see out there. It's like
it's like it's like all of a sudden China is basically the Switzerland of Asia at this point. This right here does not look very good, though. I'll be honest.
Dude, but it's like little magical villages and chalets. It's like, you know what real China is? Industrial hell. That's what it really is. Like, if you like look at this, like trying to like romanticize it, you can already hear that goofy pan flute and the Chinese violin playing, looking at these pictures. Like, look, the land of fantasy and it's like, no, it's hell. I can promise you that. Let me go see if I can get y'all. If I type in real China, will it? Oh, so okay, so it just pulls up things saying that communist China is in real China. Okay,
This is not real China. Okay, thank you.
which one is there? Dude, which one is there? Dude, this is so goofy, man. Because look at this. They have the flag of the CCP and the Kuomintang, and then the PRC and the ROC, and then the flag of the ROC Armed Forces, and then the PLA. It's like, what is? Anyways. Moving on from that. We do have to get y'all into the question segment because we have been kind of like riffing here for like 7 minutes or so. But with that is the end of the speech for President Volodymyr Zelensky, and that's going to be moving us on into the second segment of this stream where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all, and it is going to be an absolute blast. We absolutely love to talk to y'all, and we hope that y'all love to talk to us. We'll of course be addressing the super chats first, but then we'll be addressing all of the live chats that we can, and hopefully we'll be able to get to a lot of them tonight. But also, Matthew, let me go see, 1 second. Let's see here. Let me go see if I can type this in. Yeah, okay, man, I got it. This is real China.
Oh, yeah, look at that, man. That's
Look at-
real right there. Just breathe in the smog and love it. Wake up and smell the smog in the morning and feel your lungs just burning with that smog. Oh, yes.
Wake up and smell that pollution. Most Chinese people, they do not live happy lives. I can promise you that. Let me go see. Let's go try and see. I bet you there won't even be like a little drop. Oh, look. But it's probably like a monument to the glorious members of the party or something like that. But let's go see.
Oh, let's see here. What do we have? Oh, we have a somewhat decent-looking street. Who would have guessed?
Who would have guessed? It's the only place you can drop down. Can't see the slums if you don't allow people to go through them. Let's go out here.
Oh, and we have a arch, and literally, this actually does not look very good. Actually, this is actually not a great picture.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. This honestly looks like North Korea.
Yeah, it really does. Like that little shack over there, and this like really rinky-dink looking arch thing that literally goes to nowhere. Like it's just like symbolic of the whole situation.
Dude, you're like the North Korean tour guide dressed up in their like Korean People's Army uniforms about to pop in and go, "Here we have arch to glorious leader." You know how they do like the tours. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Are you taking pictures?
And don't dare step out the line, though. If you step out the line, they're gonna get that switch out on you.
What is this? Come over here. We have plastic playground with zooted crab. That's the hot dog man crab. That's after he gets his snow. But
oh man, I think he's more like that bear on the top, that blue one. Turn around and look. Oh man, turn around and look. Oh, at the top. Oh man, that's him. He said, "Oh man, 5 viewers. Oh man, got a little snot running down his nose too. It looks like on that bear on that little playground, whatever that is. There's like something running out that nose."
I just realized what this is, Matthew. This says Mianyang Hotel. This is not a hotel. This is a school.
Really?
Yeah, because notice the bright colors. Notice the educational posters in the windows. This is a school.
Why did they have like a motor pool garage on the right side over there? Did you see that? It's like a mechanic shop over here or something.
I personally have no idea. But I just realized, man, this is the schoolyard where they bring out all the kids and teach them marching and things like that, because they do that in China, mind you. I'm not even kidding about that. They actually have synchronized marching lessons in the morning as a part of the curriculum, because you have to know how to march, so that way when you volunteer to go get in the PLA, because the PLA is an only volunteer force, you know how to march off the bat. But that's what this is, pretty much. This is like their schoolyard. No grass in sight.
Also, is it true they teach them how to assemble and disassemble like a rifle at a young age, or is that a myth?
I think that's true in Russia. I don't know if that's true. Well, that is true in Russia. I don't know if that's true in China or not. I think that might be like a kind of like an extracurricular activity kind of a thing, maybe for them. But I don't know for sure, actually. I might have to check on that one. But let's see. What is another place? Let's check this out. Oh.
Oh my!
My God!
This is real China here. This is a picture that shouldn't be allowed to escape. This is crazy.
I can't even believe it. You know, they always tell us, like, this is something I got to say here as an American. They always tell us that Chinese people are respectful. They don't ever disrespect anything. Like that's just true for everyone. There's not a disrespectful bone in China at all. But I'm seeing tagging and graffiti on these walls. Now tell me something, Matthew. Do respectful people go around according to what they say and graffiti and tag walls? No, that's like a juvenile delinquent thing in L.A. sort of a deal. But there it is in the middle of rural China. They're tagging the walls. They're tagging the walls. They are graffitiing the trains, and some, I might say, are spray painting the Chinese Communist Party's council house. Terrible thing, real terrible thing. But
do they have real gangs in China? Like I know about most other countries. I've never really researched China if they have like really like large criminal organizations. I'm sure they do, but like organized gangs and crime, is that really a thing?
I have a feeling that it has to be a thing. I mean, there's always a criminal element in every country. I'd assume there are gangs in China. It's just that we don't hear about them a lot because of the censorship. But oh my God, Matthew, we have dropped into the most detestable thing I've seen yet. It's a Magic the Gathering conference.
They're playing Magic the Gathering, and Zelensky's not invited.
They're playing Magic the Gathering. If you get too magical, this magical entity called the Chinese Communist Party pops up and puts you in prison. Terrible thing, terrible thing. I cannot believe it, though. We have a Magic the Gathering conference in the middle of rural China, in the middle of an auditorium. Absolutely crazy. We got these...
Oh, also, by the way, I don't mean to interrupt, I see everybody saying the triads. That's right. I forgot about the triads. I had researched that in college when I was taking a criminal justice course because we had to learn about gangs from transnational organizations, and that was one of them. So, yeah, I forgot about that one. That's in China, I think.
Oh, my God. Dude, China is actually, like, rough. Now that we've finally gotten off the beaten trail of, like, the curated pictures, China is rough.
What's the average salary in China, by the way?
Abysmal. Let me go get it. Let's see. Chinese GDP per capita. So it's about the same as Russia. Actually, Russia has a little bit more, technically.
That's crazy, honestly, considering that China has such a large industry. They're making less.
Yeah, and also they have such a massive GDP, but most of that's, controlled by the CCP, as, like, direct government funds. So your average Chinese salaryman makes practically nothing. Less than a Russian, actually, by about $1,000. Which is interesting, man, because they say that Chinese citizens have is one of the largest consumer markets in the world. I think they technically try and argue that's bigger than America's. And it's like, that's not true, because the U.S. GDP per capita is $82,769. So it's like, if that was true, where is all that expendable income coming from if they're making less than the average Russian?
Also, it said the GDP per capita in the U.S. is $82,000. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And that's supposedly the salary per person on average?
Somewhere about there, yeah.
That is definitely not accurate. I don't know where they got that number from because the average salary in America is not $82,000. I can tell you that.
Let's see. Average U.S. Oh, the GD. Oh, I forgot. Sorry. The GDP per capita and the average income is actually a little different. But look, they actually have it. The individual median income in the United States is $39,982, and the average household income is $78,000. Because
that's what people get that mixed up all the time because everybody thinks that, like, for example, the U.S. stats love to like quote the household income figure, which is about 80,000 or so. And everybody's like, oh wow, look, Americans are making about 80,000 a year. It's like no, they're not. It's like they're making about 40,000 each a piece in the household. The mother and the father, if there's two in the household, making the money. So that's the whole family bringing in 80K on average, which is in the scheme of this economy, it's not a whole lot these days.
So here's what's interesting, though. If you had a husband and a wife, say, in a family setting, a household income setting, they are still making combined. They're making about $32,000 annually, which is about $7,000 short than your average individual income in the United States. Once again, though, even with this income sort of a bracket, still, where the hell's their expendable income? Because an entire household still makes several $1,000s short of a single individual in the United States.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I gotta say, there's a lot about China that is mysterious, like how they cook their books. Truly a mystery. But
they boil them.
Dude, they boil them and then they go kill a sparrow out in the field as their part for the party, and then the locusts come in a swarm because there's no sparrows to eat them. What is this? So they
what can really cause the Chinese economy to really tank is if you make what?
Oh, that's just
Huh.
the guy. That's just the guy.
Interesting. I thought he was poking at the camera for a minute. I was about to say, is this guy poking at the cameraman? He is the cameraman. But hell, I didn't even know what I was about to say before that. I got distracted by the guy poking at the cameraman, so never mind.
Oh, well, I mean, honestly, man, that was something. Like, I honestly was like, what the hell? Look at this. Oh my god.
That doesn't look too bad. Oh, never mind. When you zoomed in, though, that does not look good, actually.
Dude, they're building this whole city from the ground up. Look at that. There's cranes as far as the eye can see.
Is this one of these like ghost cities that goes up and then nobody even lives in it? Because this is how fast they build those. Oh, it might be, man. That looks like the same type of deal they got building over there.
I think it is. Because, look at this. Everything is going up at the same freaking time. Everything. Dude, everything in this town is being built. There's nothing that's done.
This place is being slapped up faster than North Dallas, Texas.
Dude, honestly, it's crazy. Look at that. And also, look at the smog, dude. Look at the pollution. Like, you can't see a couple of miles away from the camera because the pollution is so thick, like, just in the air around here.
Do you think maybe that's a tactic by the CCP to make sure you really can't see the devastation that's farther out, so they create the fake smoke screens using smog to make sure the civilians can't see their true environment?
It's a government conspiracy by Big China to stop you from seeing what's really going on. You know, it's like
Indeed. If you look really far out on the horizon, you might see something called Evergrande collapsing fast.
Oh, man. Oh, that is insane, though, man. Like, how many construction crews are out here? Like, it doesn't even really look like that many.
Is it like surely those are not like U.S. construction crews, because they actually put stuff up fast here. U.S. construction crews are like 2 hours on, 5 hours in the truck with a sandwich. I'm just joking, by the way. Like, I know the construction people in the chat are gonna be like, "Hey, man, watch it." But I've seen some of y'all out there. I've seen some of y'all sitting in that truck. I see a lot of construction workers these days, especially the highway folks that work on the highways. I will drive by. The equipment is never moving. They're always sitting in the trucks with the AC on, and I never see the equipment moving, but somehow work gets done, but I never see it.
Oh, look, Matthew, the back rooms. I found them.
That is. Well, what the hell is this?
I don't know. Oh, it's the Polytechnic University where they study poly and technic.
Poly and technic. That sounds very advanced.
That sounds communist, honestly. Like a Polytechnic University, like the most commie thing ever. Let's go down to the south. The south down here actually is the wealthiest part of China. Some may not know that. This is where most of the gross domestic product of China is produced. It's actually not near Beijing. It's actually down here in, I believe this is called the Guangdong region. Not this province here. I think the entire area is it's like the Shenzhen or the Guangdong region. I'm not really sure which one it was, but this is where most of the GDP is produced. It's this area, Manchuria kind of, and then Beijing. That's really where most of the economic activity is done. And then there's major cities along the coast like Shanghai, which also have a lot of economic activity as well, but they're really standalones compared to their surrounding regions. So let's go down here. And let's drop down here. This is honestly one of the most interesting things, just trying to look, what the... This was taken from a mountain. They don't really allow a lot of things here in China to be seen, do they? Like, most of it's, like, almost verboten, just off the bat. Let's see. Maybe a town, perhaps. I'm sure this is a monument to the heroes of the party. Oh, no. It is, Tofu Dreg Construction Hell.
Yes,
little slum. Little slum. We got a little slum here. Oh, we got a little slum. Look at that.
Oh, also, by the way, pull this up real quick. I'm curious about this. If we, for example, I don't even know if they'd allow this. Just hypothetically, I would never want to go live in China, by the way. But how much would an apartment cost? Just pick a city in China and look and see what the apartments are listed at. How much can you get it for a month in China?
Let's just pull up China across the board because I really wouldn't know where. Okay, so it costs somewhere in between $130 to $1,000 per month, depending for a one-bedroom apartment.
Do they have like listings for apartments? Like punch in like what's a city? Say Beijing. Say apartments for rent Beijing and see what pops up.
Apartments.
Let's see. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. Let's see. Define apartments in Beijing. You need to check websites like Max View Realty.
I'm not clicking on any of them.
Yeah,
man.
I'm a little sketched out by this right here. Booking.com. I thought that was for hotels, bro. We're trying to get an apartment, not a hotel.
Well, you can just do that, you know how it is. But dude, that is a slum. Like there's grass growing on the roofs of these houses.
But they have solar. They are green.
No, Matthew, those are the drying racks for the shark fins.
Oh,
like,
well,
like
I thought they were advanced.
yeah, those are drying racks, dude. Those are not solar panels. But let's see what else is around here. So then they built a park right next to the slums. That's not that bad of a park, but you can clearly tell the maintenance is starting to lack because, you know, you see the concrete starting to have like that color striation thing going on. Let's see, more slums back there. You know what's interesting about this place, Matthew, is like they'll have like nice-ish fronting to the streets, and then immediately behind the streets there's slums hidden behind the nice frontings.
Yeah, that's a good little tactic. That's called a facade, by the way.
Man, I call it a facade. But man, look at that. Oh my goodness, commie blocks galore, dude, everywhere. And then you have shit brown buildings. I hate that look. Like, those are common in China. They're everywhere. Like, they're over there as well. I don't know why they picked that color because it looks hideous. Like, it is terrible.
No. You know what's sad about those is the landscape does not look bad, by the way. Like, I actually don't mind the landscape. It's kind of, you know, just the Chinese sort of landscape, sort of hard to describe. I don't know really what to describe it as, but yeah, sort of like that. The landscape actually looks kind of good. Like, it had potential, but all this crappy construction and all this like really poor quality just ruined it. And also the industrial hellhole that's created here with these really like outdated and dilapidated buildings. It's just rough. It ruined the whole thing, but it looked like it could have been nice if they'd have built it right.
Yeah, I like also, man, like, is it just me, y'all, or does it feel like there is no urban planning involved in any of this? Like, like honestly, Alabama doesn't really have a lot of urban planning at all. This seems worse for some reason.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't really know how to describe it because it's like, you know, like, there's not an area where there's like high density residential buildings of like skyscraper varieties where they're all just centralized. It's just like, oh, pop one up here, and then like a year later they're like, oh, pop another 4 up over there. Like, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, they're just kind of like sporadically thrown around. But I don't like any of this, dude. This place looks terrible. Like, it is horrendous. Also, I just realized what it is, Matthew. There are no streets, like actual drivable streets, it seems, that reach any of these buildings.
Also, there seems to be no parking really either.
Yeah. And also, the streets are wildly empty for this to look like it's the middle of the day. Where's the sun at? Oh, well, actually, it's like early morning or afternoon if the sun's right there.
Was that a mosque over there?
Right there?
Yeah, what is that?
Nah, it's a dome on top of a building just for aesthetics.
Okay. I was about to say that's kind of interesting.
I was about to say that you know, that's probably illegal at this point over there. But let's see. Yeah, this is just wild. Let's go look at another one. Well, one more, and then we'll actually get to questions because we have to get to questions. So let me see. Oh, look, this is one of those curated ones right here.
Oh yeah. Oh whoa, this is curated.
I think this is the Huangyao ancient town.
Man, touch the water, I'll give you $10.
Bro, I'm not touching the water. What the hell is it's a giant hand of God? But beyond that, I'm not touching that water, dude. That looks like the bacteria could actually reach out, grab you, and pull you in with how toxic that water looks. Like, that literally just looks like a river of piss. Like, it is that color, like a river of stale piss.
Yeah, it looks like some place that mosquitoes would come and probably make like a residential housing unit out of it.
Man, let's type in that Huangyao ancient town. Huangyao ancient town. There we go. Let's go. That's in the middle of nowhere. Is it over here? Anyways, let's just take a gander at it. So, it's amongst the, I don't know what to call these things. It's pretty much their, like, rock formations from the erosion and stuff that happened. I'm not going to lie, dude. I don't really understand the appeal of this.
Yeah, it's not very good looking.
Like, it'd be interesting to see, but I don't really find the draw to it. Like, if you go to the Cotswolds in, say, England, for an example, like, you'll feel a draw to it. It's like, wow, this is really cool and very pretty, and the natural countryside's great. Like, the surrounding countryside's gorgeous, mind you, but the town here, I don't know how to describe it, but it just seems bland.
It kind of looks, honestly, it kind of looks junky. What's wrong with that dog, man? You see, man, is that dog like in mid sneeze? They caught this thing in a mid sneeze.
I don't know.
What kind of dog even is that, man? I can't even tell what breed that is.
I don't know. Is it sitting in front of a restaurant?
Huh.
Anyways, moving on from that, I don't think we need to say anything else. now the water is this fluorescent green. So apparently they toxic shocked it with enough chlorine to kill most of the bacteria in it at that point. But yeah, I don't know, man. This isn't really. What the hell? Is that the Communist Party headquarters?
That could be. That brick, those patterns messing me up. It's like an optical illusion.
And then we have the boy wonder here. I don't even know who that is. He's probably a hero to the People's Republic of China, but I don't know who he is. I don't like it. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, if this is like ancient China, I'm not really a fan of it, actually. It's just kind of really bland looking. It doesn't have a lot of color. And I always thought that ancient Chinese towns, I have never looked at them prolifically. I always thought that they had a great deal of color, but they really don't. And then this is being compared, by the way, like my comparison for this, like for older cities or towns, would be a place like, let's see here. Yeah, maybe Malmesbury would be a good example. That one was too big. We need to find one that's a little bit smaller. Burden on the Water. Yeah, that's a good one. Burden on the Water. Let me go show you this one. This is kind of like my comparison. So this is Burden on the Water. Very colorful, very pretty, classic. I like it. It's very nice. Like when I think
posh.
Very posh. People stand in this creek. It's actually clean enough that you can do that. This is what I consider to be nice. Like when we're talking about older towns from, say, a couple of hundred years back, most of these buildings were built in the middle of the 18th century because this region went through an economic depression afterwards, and they never were wealthy enough to replace the buildings with anything. So it ended up existing for several hundred years, all the way up until the 1900s, like this. And then once the region finally started to get enough money again, then everyone went, hey, why tear them down? They're cool looking buildings and nice towns. So then they just kept them this way. And that's the story of the Cotswolds. But this is what I think of as a pretty town, something that's actually cool. But anyways, I
also
hope that,
check the model store there, by the way. Is that model store still there that we went to when we stopped through this area? Because I got a corgi bus from here. It's like a really cool little thing from a gift shop.
I wonder. Let me go see where that main street was. Where in the world is so that's Burton.
Was that at Cotswold Motoring Museum and Toy or something like that?
I think that is it. Let's see here.
That's not it.
That's not it. The Model Village.
Is that it? No,
that's a model village. That's literally just a model village. Why in the world does this town look so different on the map from what I remember? Because okay, so
punch on the search bar model store and see if it pops anything up. Because at this point, I'm curious where it was.
Let's see. The Model Village Model Shop. Maybe we can find that way. The Burton Model Railway Shop permanently closed.
I think it's. Is it McGuire's Models? Maybe, I don't know.
I don't know. Let me.
Cheltenham Model Center. Is that it?
Wait a minute. Was this it?
Wait, I think this might be it.
This was it.
Yep, this is it. This is it right here. Is it closed?
Permanently closed. It shut down.
Oh my God, no.
What a shame.
Oh my God, it shut down. This is where I got a really cool, I still have it, by the way. It's in storage now, but it's a London bus, like a 164 model or something. And I got it, and it was super cool, and I took it back with me. It's got like the pound sticker and everything on it, which is super sick. But dang, I hate that closed down.
What a shame. What an absolute shame. Another loss of a great institution. Also, I like how they had all these British trains. I don't remember that when we went in there, though, Matthew. I remember it had, like, military models and cars and stuff like that. I don't remember them ever having trains. And we went there a couple of years before this picture was taken in, like, 2018. So that's interesting. Anyways, it is time for us to, actually, Matthew, I thought you were saying to move on. You said, check the model store over text. I was like, oh, well, now I know. But that is a shame.
Oh, also, yeah, Phoenix Xavier sent a live chat. Is it the Route Master bus? Yes, it is. It's the Route Master, I think. Is it Enforcer? Was it?
Yeah, it was the Route Master. It was the new one, too.
Yeah, the new Route Master bus. It's like a Corgi model, and Corgi is like a die-cast model company. And they make pretty cool stuff, actually. And it's pretty sick. It was pretty neat. But yeah, got it there, and now they're out of business, which is a shame.
This place is a tourist trap, sort of. But it's really pretty. That's why it is a tourist trap. What is this place now? The Cotswold shop. Is that what it is now? Or is it the Cedars?
I think it's the Cedars. I think that's where it was.
What a shame, dude. I can't believe that shut down. That was such a shame. That was such a cool store. And I remember that smell, man. It had a smell of like old wood and a little bit tinge of mold. And that doesn't sound that great, but that actually was a very, like, it was a very memorable smell. Like, you'll remember it. But also, man, you know something I was looking at the other day? Because, just to let y'all know, just to let y'all know why I was looking. Train Sim World released a new route called the Cardiff City Loop route, something along those lines, where you can run all of the trains that run through the city of Cardiff, which is the capital of Wales. And I was remembering, Matthew, how we went to Cardiff Castle and we saw the person there with leprosy. If you remember that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that was at the museum, at like the castle itself over here. And then we went down the street. And then we went to the Cardiff Market right here. And I was wondering, do you remember this place?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
Actually, I think it was another one. It was like an arcade thing further down the way. Let me see if I can find it because it was cool and I want to show it to y'all because it was neat. I think this was it right here. I think that was it. I don't think it was that one. I think we walked through that one and out the other end, and then we went to this one down here, and then back up to the hotel. Let me go see if there's a street view thing. Oh, there is a street view in there. So let's take a gander, shall we? Oh my lord, where was this? Dude, we never saw this when we were there.
This is much more modern than what we saw.
Yeah, we saw like an older, like, I don't know how to describe it. Was it this? I think it was the High Street Arcade. Let's drop in here. This is it.
Yeah, that's it. The arcade. I remember this.
Dude, honestly, man, thinking back about it, it was pretty cool.
It was pretty neat. It didn't really have nothing in it, though, that we were interested in, but it was pretty neat.
Also, man, it looks like they've, like, whitewashed the whole thing. It used to be a lot more colorful, like, years ago, but now it seems like everything's been painted, like, on a gray scale, kind of.
And also, everything's shut down. Like, look all the places open.
Yeah, look at that. Man, I think this place might have fallen on hard times. When we came through here, though, there were a decent amount of stores and shops and stuff, but they don't have anything now. It's like the whole place was abandoned. Economic hard times, I suppose, but interesting. Really interesting. Man, honestly, looking around Cardiff now, I wish we had taken a bigger look at it, because it is a pretty neat place, actually.
Yeah, I like Cardiff. Also, Phoenix Xavier said in the live chat, I can't believe you went to Cardiff. I was born in Wales. We weren't born in Wales. We were born in Alabama, but our heritage is Welsh. We went all over Wales, by the way. We went to Cardiff. We went driving all over the place, Snowdonia, pretty much all over the country. I can't remember the exact places we went, but we went pretty much everywhere around Wales. It was overall pretty nice. Like, I think we saw Tintern Abbey, I think, at one point. We drove that way. And saw stuff from there. Maybe I think Ross-on-Wye is back in England, isn't it?
Yeah, Ross-on-Wye is back in England. I was trying to, yeah, we went through Ross-on-Wye, and then it had the flood afterwards, and I think a couple of people got killed, which was a little unfortunate. But let me see if I can show you all that from the A40. That was really pretty. Yeah, here we go. That's what we saw, actually. This was the very view. Remember that, Matthew? We were driving across, we're like, wow,
Yeah.
look at that. Like, very beautiful place. But I think the A40 eventually goes through the Tintern Abbey area, and it doesn't look like it does. Where the hell was the Tintern? Oh, there it is, right there. They got the landmark for it. This was
I gotta
cool.
say, I just love like Wales and England. Like the landscape is just fantastic. I love the architecture there. Just overall, like if there was any other country that I would say, if I did not live in the United States, the other country I'd want to live in would be the UK. That would be the country. Well, all the politics and government stuff aside, just for the landscape alone, I like it.
Man, it's a beautiful country. Very, very storied history too. And also our families from there. Like crazily enough to tell you all this, every single part of our family is largely from Britain. There's only one part that isn't. And they came into the family in the 1880s. They were Swedish and bakers by trade. But they were the only part of our family that was not British. But the rest of our family actually is British. So to share with you all some of the places that our family has, like, I guess you could say, like a direct connection to as far as a region, North Wales is our actual last name. Our last name actually comes from North Wales. from the Blethen family line, which created the, I believe it was the, let me think what was, it was the Mathrafal dynasty, which would last for about 200 years. The original guy who founded it, though, that our last name is from, he got killed only after 10 years of being king. People said he was really nice and had great things to say about him, but he wasn't really a king for that long. So, you know, who knows if he was really going to be nice or not in the long run. Another place that we're from is from Devon, down here near well, not really Exeter. It's really just over to the east of Exeter near Taunton. But we're kind of from that area in Devon. Well, wait, hang on. No. This is Devon, and then that's Cornwall. Yeah, so we're from the Exeter area. Some of our folks are. Shout out to them. Another group of them is from Scotland. I forgot from specifically where, but some of them would come over to America in the 1730s as mercenaries for the Georgia colony, and they would provide military protection to the Georgia colony from the hostile native tribes in the area. And so that's how that part of the family came to America. So they're the only part, I think, that predates the United States of America. And that's honestly why we're still here in the South, is that generationally since then, all parts of our family that ever made it here, they made it to the South and they just stayed in the South. So that's kind of why we're still really in the Alabama area. And then another group is Irish, but they're a somewhat smaller group. But they're from the area of kind of like a little bit north of Dublin, really close to the Northern Irish border, somewhere around Dundalk, somewhere around there. That's where they're from. But that's pretty much like the lay of the land of our family. But as far as the ancestry goes, this was pretty cool. If you spit in the cup and you send it off to Ancestry DNA, they'll tell you where you're from. Matthew and me are 90% British and only 10% Swedish and Norwegian. 8% of that's Swedish and 2% of that's Norwegian. So we are about as British as it gets as far as the actual genetics goes, which is interesting to say the least. But Wales and England were gorgeous. Like I actually could never find a place in Britain where I was like, ugh, you know, like this is nasty. Like there were of course some rough areas of some cities, but that comes with cities. But as far as the natural beauty, Britain was never short of it. It was always gorgeous throughout. There was never a place where it was just mundane or boring. It was an amazing place.
Yeah, I loved it personally. It was just like, it was within our bones. Like I just knew it was right. Like being in England, it felt right, and also it looked really good too. I just like the whole thing, honestly. Like I even like the bad sides of the place. Like the bad sides to me that people were like, "Oh, don't go over there." I was like, "Oh, this is like nothing. Like this is like." You know, like not even our lightest bad side compares to this, like in America. And also, like, you know, the people that want to act like they're tough in the UK, like, no offense, but they don't really seem that tough, like, to be honest with you. Whenever you run across someone trying to act like hard or tough in England, you're like, is this like a joke or something like that? But you're like, okay, I guess, like, do you, bud? But anyway, it didn't feel like you were like dangerous in certain areas, except for maybe in London down some of the back alleys, maybe a little sketchy. But rather than that, it felt fine everywhere else.
And also, it's like one thing I gotta say, this is always interesting to me. Britain, there's a phrase, the grass isn't always greener. For some reason, the grass is literally greener in Britain. Like, whatever strands or breeds of grass exist in Britain, they're always greener. And it always has been interesting to me why that is the case. Because, look at this. Like, if you looked at this, Matthew, this landscape in America, it would be slightly duller in color, at least where we are in Alabama. Some areas are just like exotically green, and I've always been like, that is just weird, like this, like just insanely green for the large part.
Yeah, it's so green. And also I like how they let the stuff literally grow right up on the road like that.
Man, I like it when they build the stone walls right up onto the road, so that way if you ever get in an auto accident, you literally just bounce off of them and flip your car. Like, it's like, that's great. Like, who doesn't like a traumatic injury in the middle of driving a car? I think everyone loves that. Wait, hang on. What is that? Oh, wait, hang on.
Also, we gotta move on. By the way, like we're running super behind.
But dude, it's the sugar loaf with the sheep.
Oh look, sheep.
Look, and it's the sugar loaf right there. We were told to take a look.
Loaf.
Man, we never got to see it though. But anyways, with that, we really do have to move on. We've been talking and yapping a million miles an hour about all kinds of things and haven't even gotten to a single question. So Matthew, take it away.
All right, so jumping back into our super chat questions, we're jumping into our first one here, which goes to Rick Galenchin, who puts in a $30 donation. And thank you very much, Rick, for once again coming in for, I think, like the third or fourth night in a row. And thank you very much for throwing in that $30 support as I stammer all over the place, like a stammer. But thank you, Rick, for that support. He said, there is an award-winning documentary by Brazil Paralelo called From the River to the Sea. And if you want to know what Iran's real intentions are, this is the real eye opener.
I got to thank you so much for the support and sharing that with us. And I will try and take a gander at that. Sadly, free time is a bit of a premium, so I'm not sure if I could do it incredibly soon, but I will try and take a little bit of a look at it and see what he came up with and what's going on around there. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does dress it well. And thank you for your first super chat to the channel ever. And so with that, thank you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, someone said, y'all were glazing England. They said, also, I'm telling the truth, man. England's changed. It's not the same. It's actually scary. I know. That's why I said political issues aside and the government issues aside, I'm well aware of the current problems they're having right now. So, I'm speaking solely of the countryside. Like, I'm talking about the natural beauty of the place and things like that. I'm not talking about, like, the inner city and the problems they're having there, because, like, England is having a bit of a rough time with that. And it looks like they're maybe going to fix it. I don't know, though, but I can't really get into it because it's politics. But anyway, speaking of Poppy's comment there in the live chat, we also have a super chat from Poppy P, who puts in a $30 donation. And thank you very much, Poppy, for supporting the channel. And they said, hey, you guys rock. I've been following you for a while, and I may be broke, but I stand by the soldiers and people of Ukraine. And I just hung out with my Ukrainian friend today, and she wants this to end in Ukraine's terms. And also, they said, I know I said I was broke, but also, where is the Grand Army of Europe? Cue the Clone Wars music.
Thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say, I gotta thank you, Poppy P, for the support and helping this channel to keep on running all the way from Canada. And hopefully, we'll see the war in Ukraine end soon with a reasonable end. Not giving the Russians everything. But also, I have to say that the Grand Army of Europe, it's there. It's there. When you put together all of Europe, Europe militarily is larger in manpower than America and has more military funding than China. Which means that they're the second largest military power on Earth by funding, and the first largest military power on Earth in terms of manpower, which is pretty impressive. And so with that, thank you so much for the support, Poppy P. I hope that does address that well, and thank you so much once again for helping this channel to keep on running and making this thing possible. And with that, we are on to the next. Well, before we're on to the next one, I do want to make a comment real quick, because people are talking about the thing with Britain. Some people are like, oh, it's terrible. Look, I got to say this. Like, political issues aside, everyone says that about everywhere these days in the West. Like, I feel like, yes, there are political issues that are going on in Britain, and there are political issues that are going on in America. But I think that people should always take a step back for a minute and really appreciate what they have and count their blessings, because it could be far worse. Like, you could live in one of those Chinese shitholes that we were showing on stream tonight. And over there, it isn't a concept that freedoms are being stripped away. You have no freedoms by default, and it's been that way for decades. So, while there are always a bit of an up and down, or really political comeuppances that are always going on, say in Britain or America or Germany or elsewhere, they are still amazing countries to live in and really worth their salt, to be entirely. Also,
they're referring to specifically a bit of a crime epidemic in the cities because of certain political issues that are happening, which I'm not even going to touch because even mentioning it will cause a problem. But they're referring to that. That's what they're talking about. And honestly, I will say this. It is sad because a lot of people don't even feel safe to walk down some of these English cities anymore. They feel very unsafe to do that. And once again, there's not a gun problem necessarily in England. Of course, there are some people that get their hands on guns, but it's a knife problem. And of course, you can't just go ban the knives. It's not the answer, because if you do that, then how's anybody going to defend themselves? And I don't even know really, honestly, the inner workings of that political situation in England. I don't even know how people really feel about it, to be straight up honest. But even when we went to England a long time ago, one of the shop owners were complaining about this exact issue of the crime going rampant even 4 or 5 years ago, which is insane. They've been griping about it for a long time, but I think it's gotten much worse over that 4 or 5 years since we've been there.
Let's see, 106 crimes per 1,000 people. That's
pretty high.
That seems quite high. Let's see here. What is London ranked? London is 12th out of 31st of the world's most popular cities in the annual safest cities rankings from Berkshire Hathaway Protection.
Hathaway Protection.
So, interestingly enough, London is slightly more dangerous, according to Berkshire Hathaway, than Chicago, but it is safer than New York City. So that's interesting. So they're saying safer than New York City, but less safe than Chicago.
That's crazy, honestly. I don't know. I don't even know what the problem, between this, here's the problem. If there's British people in the chat, I know there is, because there's some of them talking right now. between having the problem in the United States of you could walk down the sidewalk and someone could whip a gun out on you or something, versus walking down the sidewalk and someone could whip a knife out on you. I'm not sure, honestly, which one I'd be more fearful of at this point, to be honest with you. I think honestly, I'd be more fearful of the person whipping the knife out, to be straight up honest, because you got to get up and close and personal to defend yourself with that. With the other situation, it's just kind of like you can have some distance and deal with it if you have to. But I mean, I would rather deal with the gun problem, honestly.
Man, I really would honestly like to deal with neither. But
no, I mean that's true too. But if you had to pick, not that you're picking. It's not like you're going to get mugged on the side when they're like, "You go ahead and choose, bro, the knife or the gun." It's like, well,
I don't neither, thank you. And then they just put them away and you walk off. But I honestly, if I had to pick in between one or the other, I honestly would probably pick a gun, because believe it or not, folks, you probably would have a higher chance of surviving getting shot than getting stabbed. Because when someone stabs you, they usually stab you multiple times and pretty fast. Like, you can get stabbed about, say, 12 times pretty quickly. I mean, in less than about 6 seconds or so. Getting shot, someone usually shoots you once, and yeah, the damage will be a pretty good bit more than a single stab wound, but you can generally survive the gunshot wound. If we're talking about, getting stabbed or shot, I think you actually have a decent or a more decent chance of surviving a gunshot, because, if you're unarmed, they're not going to sit there and just grease you or unload on you. They're just going to shoot you once and then run off, instead of, a stabbing where you could get stabbed, say 12 times in 6 seconds. So I don't know. Honestly, I feel like I would want to, probably get shot instead of stabbed if I had to pick, like we had to pick a necessary evil here. Because, at least if you get shot, you have a better chance of surviving it than getting stabbed multiple times.
Yeah, honestly, and it's like a different question here on this one. It's like, if you had to defend yourself, it's like a brick. You can't really even throw a brick. But a can of soup, you can really put some power into that.
Oh, get the hell out. A can of soup, you can really put some power into it. Like, dude, I heard that. I was like, oh, man, he did it. No, he didn't. But one thing I will say about places like London is that when we went, like I have to say this, though, folks. I have to say this. The same things that people are saying now, they were saying back when we went, like in 2018, 2019. Oh, London is lost. London is ruined. And then we went there, and honestly, it was nicer than any American city we'd ever been to at that point. Not to say that we haven't run into nice American cities since then. We have. But, it was very nice, and it didn't really seem that dangerous, at least from an American perspective. But then again, it's all by perspective, because some people who grow up in California, which I gotta be honest with y'all, if you grew up anywhere in California, you actually have it pretty nice. Some of them will say that it's like hell and it sucks, but they've never been to Alabama to really know what saying it sucks really means. So it really just depends on where you're from and stuff. But people complain about stuff everywhere, man. Like, crazily enough, man, the Swiss are complaining, oh, Switzerland isn't like it used to be. It's like, what do you mean? It's like, what do you mean? They're like the richest country on earth. It's like your average income is $110,000 a year. What are you complaining about? It's like honestly, it would just be little things. But because, they grew up in Switzerland and they're used to that sort of thing, little things to us are major things to them.
Yeah, it's crazy. Also, by the way, I'm a little distracted here. Someone said a dude was robbed by someone using a snake. So I'm trying to get clarification on that. I said, robbed using a snake. Like, what'd he do? Like, whip out like a king cobra and be like, hey, bro, give me your money. Like, or this cobra is going to bite. It's like, I've never heard nothing like that. If someone's using a snake to rob somebody, that's a whole new level. Honestly, if someone robbed me with a king cobra or a snake, I'll be like, you can have whatever I've got. Like, you can just take it and don't worry about it, because I'm not messing with a snake.
Bro whips out the snake charming thing, and then it bites you or something. It's like, dude, that would be wild.
Like, if bro's crazy enough to be robbing somebody with a snake, I'm not messing with him.
Dude, that would be like, what do you? It's like, you want my credit card? It's like, here, I won't even cancel it. Just take it. Don't let me get bit. But that's insane. Also, someone said, what cities have you been to? Well, when we went to Britain, just being entirely honest with y'all, we weren't really well-traveled, so we had only been to places like Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, the Panhandle, the run-of-the-mill, which, I'll be honest with y'all, if y'all have ever lived in Mississippi or live in Mississippi, the world looks much nicer anywhere else rather than there, because there's nothing there, or really in Alabama even, there's hardly anything there. So one of the nicest cities we had seen up to that point was Birmingham. But since we've gone to Britain in 2018 and 2019, and we've come back, we've been all over America. So we've seen places like St. Louis, which is a hell on earth, Kansas City, which was pretty decent, Dallas, which I haven't been to personally, but Matthew said it's incredibly nice. We've seen, let's see, where else? We've been to Seattle. Honestly, Seattle was like the nicest city I've ever seen in America. It was incredibly nice. Portland wasn't
Salt
that
Lake
great.
City.
Yeah, Salt Lake City was pretty neat. But there was kind
Also
of a weird
Washington,
vibe.
D.C.
Washington, D.C. and the Federal District was pretty cool. I liked Washington, D.C. I thought it was neat.
Atlanta.
Atlanta, it's rough. It's rough. Let's see. What else?
Been to Denver.
Oh, yeah, we've been to L.A. We've been to Denver. Denver was all right. Like, it wasn't that bad. We've been to L.A. L.A. was pretty nice. And then let's see. Where else have we been? Where else have we been? I think, well, we went through Nashville. Nashville wasn't that bad. A lot of strip club billboards, though. That was one thing that really stuck out to me in Nashville. I never seen that before. There were billboards on the interstate for strip clubs in Nashville. I've never seen that anywhere I've gone. And we didn't stop at Nashville. We passed through. So I was very like shocked by that. I've never seen anything like that anywhere.
Yeah, I don't remember those at all, really, honest with you. I had to go back there and, take a look at the billboards.
Let's see. I think there was one called like Pinkies or something like that. It was like, what the hell? I was like, oh, this is just being advertised. Like, I'm not even going to drop down on Street View because I'm scared that they're still there. But I remember seeing that. And there was like 4 of them, at least, before we made it out of downtown Nashville on the interstate. I was like, that is just the wackest thing. Like, I haven't seen that anywhere. I haven't seen that in LA. One thing that's wild though about LA is that they are huge into the film industry in LA. Like, it's no joke. Everywhere you go there's really no advertisements for anything else rather than new shows that are going to be coming on cable soon on some channel or some sort of a platform like Disney Plus. It's wild with that. That's one thing with the advertising trends in LA that I've never seen elsewhere either, is that everything had to do with a show, a TV show or a movie that was coming out. So kind of living up to the hype there. But let's see. I see a lot of people recommending to come to different cities. One day we're going to try and hit them all. Maybe we'll go on tour one day and see all of y'all in all of these cities. And also, National Fire said, what do you think about Canada? We've never been to Canada directly. But I will tell you this. I think Canada is neat. I really love the natural beauty of it. And it's a very interesting country as far as its history goes, with the French Quebec area and then the British Dominion of Canada and so on. But our experience with Canadians is very limited, and we only have one experience with some Canadians in detail, and it wasn't a good one. Like, not to say that that's representative of Canadians. These were technically, I think you would call them Canadian Lebanese, but they were very two-faced people and very disingenuous. It took a while for us to figure that out, but they honestly the worst people I've ever met. Like they were very. They were very offensive in a lot of ways that I've never experienced before that just came off badly. They're really our only experience with Canadians that we've had in any kind of a length of time at all. But they left a sour taste in our mouths generally for folks like them, like, to be entirely honest.
I tried to tell them.
Yeah, you tried to tell me. Matthew tried to tell me way off at the start, but I always, because I've never ran into people like that before. So I was like, maybe they're just like, maybe they're quiet, maybe they're shy, something like that. Because they would say one thing to your face and then their actions would be different. And so they really didn't make a good case, I'll be entirely honest, for Lebanese people. Like, I'll just be entirely frank about that. Like, I was like, I don't know if they're like representative of all Lebanese people or if they're an outlier. But they were very two-faced about everything. Like, what they were actually doing is completely different than their intentions, and then they would lie about everything, like things that wouldn't even make sense to lie about. Anyways, with that, those are the only experiences that we've had with Canadian people. But they were rough. But I have a feeling they don't represent Canadians at all, because we have loads of Canadians here that watch the channel, and they're very nice folks. So I think they were more so an outlier of folks than the standard, I suppose. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here is going to go to none other than Danny B, the longtime channel legend as well, who puts in a $30 donation. And thank you very much, Danny, for that $30 support. He said, good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here. And did y'all know there's a town in China called Jackson Hope, a replica town of Jackson Hole, Wyoming? And I watched a video on it, and it's crazy that people actually live there. And I've seen that, by the way. It's like a full replica of it, at least somewhat close to it. And it looks like it's a very closely guarded place. They only let very select people in, and it's mainly for the rich of China to go there and feel like they're living in the West, which is kind of weird because I thought China was great. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, you know, the thing with that is, like, you know, it's like China's so great, why ever leave? Because we have everything you'd ever want here. But that is weird. Let me go look at that. Jackson Hole. What the hell? What the hell? Ew. Ew. I don't like that
It's
at
like
all.
a timeshare town or something. You know, it's like those timeshares that try to like get you hooked in.
Dude, that doesn't even look like Jackson Hole. We've been to Jackson Hole. This looks stupid. I don't like it. And I think this is an affront. This is cultural appropriation. Like, I'm deeply offended by this one. No. And, you know, I did not know about this until now, and I thank you for the support and sharing this. But that is stupid. That is stupid. I didn't like the real Jackson Hole, by the way, just full disclaimer there. But I do not like that at all, because this is the real Jackson Hole. You have the Grand Tetons, you have the stagecoaches, you have the pretentious art stores. This is like the Wild West for, like, what we say Californians, like, you know, city folks who have a lot of money, but they really don't want to be out of the country, so they just kind of want to pretend. So they come here, and this is. It's all right, but the Chinese one's worse. Like, it's terrible. I don't like that at all. I thank you for sharing that with us, though. But I do not like that one bit. They also have a fake Paris, and they built a fake Eiffel Tower in China too. But China kind of does that, I suppose. But I don't like that. That's kind of a little weird. But anyways,
It's just wild to me how literally our enemies that hate us, you know, that hate the United States. Like, China wants to build a replica Jackson Hole, which is an American city, a famous one. The Yemenis want to go get our Dodge Chargers, even though they hate America to the core. They want to go get our Dodge Chargers and drive them around. And, you know, Russia, for example, they'll be wearing our NASA hoodies around town while they're basically saying they hate Americans. It's crazy how everybody hates us, but at the same time, they can't help but want our stuff.
Man, it's honestly crazy, man, to think that people in America, like, a lot of Americans say that America has no culture. And then when you go to any other country, we have tons of culture, you know, like our food, the way our places look, like the stories, you know, like cowboys or, you know, anything else. Like, crazily enough, I think there's like a Civil War town in Japan that's about the American Civil War. Like, I think I remember that correct, or some sort of thing like that. But it's really interesting with that, man, because for some reason, like, people think that there isn't really a lot to America, but then there's a lot of countries out there that want to imitate a lot of the United States, including China, which I personally think that Jackson Hole would never be anything that a lot of Chinese people would know about. There's not even really a lot of Americans know about Jackson Hole, but crazily enough, they do, and they imitated it.
And also, by the way, they're even stealing our accent now, like the Southern accent. Like, I saw some guy who's selling like neon signs in China or something, and he uses the Southern accent to market the signs, and he makes fun of like Southern people to sell these like neon signs at China, like some company's selling over there. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, what? His name is like Tony or something like that. He's like, hey guys, it's Tony, and today I have some signs I'm going to sell you. It's like, what the hell? It's like, this dude's like imitating. He actually does it pretty good, actually, like a Southern accent to sell these signs.
Dude, you should see how the Japanese imitate Americans, man, and like the cartoons and stuff. They'll be like, hiya, hiya, how you doing? You know, it's like, dang, man, it's like, dude, they're honestly like going overboard. Dude, for some reason, like, Japanese people have, like, not speaking of Chinese people, but speaking of Japanese people, they kind of have an obsession with making every American similar to Elvis. I think it's from the American occupation of Japan in the 50s that comes from, because I really don't have any other good explanation as to why that's kind of a trend over there.
Yeah, that's true. Also, literally everybody in the chat knows who I'm talking about. That guy has made himself famous, by the way, as like the marketing guy for that company that does those signs. Honestly, I've seen the guy popping up all over the place. And he does like the Southern accent. He does like a bunch of other ones too. But the whole accent is just hilarious though. He's like, hey guys, it's Tony. And today we have with us a wonderful sign that's very human in design. It's like, what the hell? It's like, this is actually like pretty good. I'd be curious to know how much they actually sell.
Wait, is he the guy who goes, the design is very human, and then it's like the most inhuman contraption ever made?
Yeah.
He's that guy?
Very human. Yeah, it's him.
Dude, no way. I've watched like a million of those videos, and I never knew who he was. I know Yap Dollar, though. Like, if any of y'all know Yap Dollar, you know, like, wow, look at that. Absolutely incredible. Wow. You know, it's like that for like 5 minutes straight. Have you ever heard that one, Matthew?
No, I haven't heard that.
Oh, dude, don't pull it up. It's terrible. It's like cancer. But anyways, with that, I hope we addressed that well. And with that, we were on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Gary Toes, who puts in a $28 donation. And thank you very much, Gary, for that $28 support. And we appreciate it very much. And we appreciate that support, of course. And he said, LSA rocks.
And the LSA does rock. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a big thanks to you once again, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Old Scooter Guy 1, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Old Scooter Guy, for that support. He said, do you think that Xi blamed the King Kong company? I think I'm going to say Hong Kong company to save face.
I don't think he did. I think that actually was something that they didn't want to do, because it would have been very easy for them to try and hold their port holdings through C. Hutchison and then negotiate with the United States over it, instead of liquidating immediately and then not giving a chance for negotiation. So I think that actually was something that was done outside of the approval of the CCP. And so with that, I think it wants to give us support and help this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Gerald Everett, who puts in the 20 as well. And thank you very much, Gerald, for that support as well. He said, if Xi is unhappy with U.S. actions in Panama, then why doesn't he complete the Nicaraguan canal that they started? And they are a bunch of U.S.-hating commies anyway, and they would be game.
That sounded so 1950s. They're a bunch of damn American-hating commies. Like, it's like, what are you, Eisenhower? You about to send some guys down to Nicaragua for the United Fruit Company? I'm just kidding with you, by the way. But I don't think they want to continue building that canal, because I really don't think that one has a lot of hope of being completed. The Panama Canal is quite short, and the one to even build through Nicaragua would be pretty significant in length, even at its shortest lengths or passes you could make. It would be pretty long. And also, Monkey Point doesn't really hit as hard as Cologne and Panama City. So that might also be another reason. What the hell is this, by the way? Oh, it's literally just a point filled with monkeys. Like, oh, look. Oh, that's cute.
Like it. Is that a baboon?
I forgot what kind of monkeys these are. I don't think this is a baboon. I think these are actually monkeys.
Maybe so. It kind of looks like it.
Man, that's wild. They actually kind of look cute. Like, they're not like, like, I'll be honest with y'all, I do not like chimpanzees. I think chimpanzees are like freakishly horrendous looking. These are cute though.
Are these the type that'll rip your face off, or is that the other one?
The chimpanzees are the ones that are prone to random outbursts of violence.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for those. That face ripping action is not good.
That face ripping action, dude. Talk about like it's an action figure, that face ripping action. It's like,
man, that's terrible when that happens. Like, just get to ripping.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy, man, is that for most of the history of, folks knowing about chimpanzees, we actually thought that they were very peaceful. It's only been over the past few decades that we figured out that those chimpanzees are some of the most violent animals on Earth. Like, they're violent to each other. Like, did you know that, Mandy? Like chimpanzees have wars. Like, they fight each other for resources, much like nations do.
Yeah, I did know that. They're intelligent, but also vicious at the same time. Just very vicious things. I don't know why anybody would want to take one and try to domesticate it, because I don't think you really can. But some people, will bring those into their home and act like it's a pet or something, and then it ends up doing something heinous. And then they're like, "Oh, I couldn't believe that that Bobo would do something like that." It's like, bro, it's like literally a chimpanzee in your house.
Yeah, like, what's crazy, though, man, is that they have so many things that we have, like, within their specific tribes, they have political intrigues, political scandals, assassination attempts, and then they have wars, and they have territory and resources, and I believe they conduct trade on a limited form with some surrounding tribes. It's a very interesting kind of a thing, almost like looking at people that, never, like, I guess you could say never progressed, if you want to put it that way. A really interesting kind of a thing. But beyond that, though, I would never have a chimpanzee near me. I do not like those things. They look freaky. And on top of that, they are violent, very violent. And also, Andronic gets it. Chimps have wars straight up. They do. And it's the craziest thing, because they are brutal when they fight wars. Like, they conduct what we would classify as war crimes. Like, they eat the enemy tribe's children. You know, like, and also they have a habit of not killing the women. Like, they just take the women. So it's literally like something that you would hear about from like the ancient era where they're like, kill the men, but the women, oh, the women. Like, they do that. Like, it's like, that's wild, man. Like, that's just wild when you think about it. But you know, Matthew, I heard from a great philosopher that apparently we come from chimpanzees. Did you know that? One of them ate shrooms a while ago, and we just turned into what we are now.
Who said that? Rogan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
I was about to say, nah, hell no.
Hell no. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to It's Beautiful Tucson, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, It's Beautiful Tucson, for that support. And we appreciate that 20 very much. And they said, way off subject, but how did you come up with the name Leaf Spring Army?
Oh, that's a common question. Not off subject at all. We get that question a lot. But to answer that question, way back at the beginning of the war, there was a Panzer S1 burning in a field near Chernihiv. It had leaf springs on it. I, being stupid and uninformed at the time, did not know the leaf springs were still a modern suspension system, because my knowledge of suspension systems came from 1930s informational videos that were uploaded to YouTube. So I said that those were obsolete and the Russians were way behind the times. I got grilled by the chat. And so eventually over time we just embraced it as a joke. And then finally someone said, wow, this community is like an army of leaf springs. It's like a leaf spring army. And thus the moniker, the Leaf Spring Army, was born. The name is a joke, but it generally has kind of like a guideline of like ideals that the Leaf Spring Army kind of follows, with like or coverage or decision making with how things should work, and also being non-political. That's a fairly big one. But beyond that, that's the answer of where the Leaf Spring Army name came from. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one is going to go to Gregory C., who puts in a 20 also. And thank you very much, Gregory, for that $20 support and helping to keep the channel running. And Gregory says, great job, men, and take one from the chat.
Hey, and thank you so much for commending us on a job well done. And we will make sure to take one from the chat for you, Governor. And so with that, what do we got, Matthew?
Oh, good one. Good one, sir. This one goes to, let's see here, Dalton LMAO, who says, what's the odds of World War III?
The odds of World War III, it's always hard to say. I would say at this point in time, maybe 10% or less. I still think that the chances are a decent bit away, but usually that's kind of like an exponential graph. The closer we get, the higher up that percentage goes rapidly. But I'd still say somewhere around 10% or less. And so with that, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to... Oh, no, Maddie. I don't know if you see that one in the live chat. That doesn't even make any sense. I just don't know where to work with that one. Do you know how to work with that one?
Oh, which one is it? Which one?
The one about so-and-so's no fool. He knows exactly what's going on, you know.
Let's see. I'm trying to find it here. Let's see. I'm looking through here.
Do you have the live chat on, Governor?
Yeah, I'm on the live chat. What's the first like name or something?
It's Chris.
Chris. Well, I'm scrolling up to look. Let's see. I'm looking up, scrolling a little bit.
I still on my live chat screen.
I don't see it anywhere.
He's past his politics of screaming who the bad guy is in front of a camera. We want peace. Oh, come on. Like, be real.
What's that mean?
The name is Chris.
No, I mean, like, what's that mean? Like, what does that mean, that statement they just made?
So here's what they said. The president is no fool. I didn't say if he was a fool or wasn't. He knows exactly who Putin is. He's not naive. He's black and white, is all. He's past his politics of screaming who the bad guy is in front of a camera. We want peace. Well, the Russians sure as hell don't want peace, so I don't know what you're going to do with that virtue signaling there, because they made it very clear today they don't want it. They made it very clear for about 2 weeks now that they don't want it. So we're supposed to just keep bitching ourselves out until...
Also, by the way, if it's all black and white and that's the way the guy operates, then it should be pretty clear at this point that we should slam Russia harder than ever, because they just disrespected us in the open domain by doing what they did today. They, once again, made the president wait, and Putin made a public display and a mockery. And then he agreed to a ceasefire for energy infrastructure for Ukraine, and they smashed a power plant literally just hours after that. So I mean, if it's black and white, that's pretty much like right there on the page.
Also,
it's black and white, so we got to deal with it.
Also, he's past the politics of screaming who the bad guy is in front of a camera. Well, didn't he sit there and pimp out Zelensky in the Oval Office and say, look, see, this is why it's impossible to end the war. It's because of these sick Ukrainians, this sick-ass guy Zelensky. He doesn't want peace. Terrible guy. Isn't he still doing that for the large part? Because if I remember correctly, because I do this daily, he is. So I don't know where you're coming up with these kinds of statements, because they're not even representative of the real situation at this point. But if you want to believe that, you can believe it. I mean, it's not reality, but it's a free country. You can do what you want. But yeah, I don't really know where you're coming up with that, because if we're not into screaming about who's the bad guy, why in the world do we keep on acting like the Russians really respect us and they really want peace, although they clearly don't, and the Ukrainians are truly the bad guys, they got invaded. It's like, come on, let's be real. Come on, Jack. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Hokey Redneck, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Hokey, for that support. He said, this might be a bit political, but can you do your opinion on the Tesla dealership and the car truck burning stuff?
Well, I mean, burning or vandalizing a truck is property damage. I mean, that's a crime, no matter how you look at it. Like freedom of expression, is one thing. And, that means that you can say things like, I don't like Tesla. I'm not going to buy a Tesla. Those things are protected under the First Amendment. But you get into the realm of vandalism, once you start spray painting stuff onto the side of someone else's automobile that you don't own, that's a crime. And also, burning a Tesla. What would actually be the charge for that, Matthew? It would be more than vandalism at that point, wouldn't it?
I don't really know what the charge would be right off the hand, but like something like destruction of property, vandalism, like breaking and entering, I guess, if you're smashing the windows of the Tesla dealership and running inside. So, I mean, it could be a slew of different charges. Also arson, they're setting fire to vehicles. So, I mean, they could get hit with tons of felonies for doing that. And also you'll get designated as a domestic terrorist for doing that, apparently, as well, if you do that now. So, no, like if you're asking on my side of things, what do I think about it? I don't care what you think about Elon or anybody else. Going and committing crimes to prove the point, that is not the way to handle anything. That's criminal. And that's just basically, it's like, what are you even fighting against at that point? Or what are you even arguing against if you're going out and doing crimes like that? That's not proving anything, except for the person doing it is just a clown.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. Like, I say that people have a freedom of expression. I mean, if you don't like Tesla or anyone involved with Tesla, you sure have a reason to protest Tesla or not buy a Tesla. But the thing is that you can't go into the realm of conducting vandalism, arson, breaking and entering, any kind of damage, because that's criminal in its own nature. And people get really stupid with that and say that that's their freedom of expression. No, it is not. You don't have a right to say, I don't like the enforcer, so I'm going to throw a firebomb through their window and kill them as my form of freedom of expression. That kind of expression doesn't exist. That's a crime. And that's the same thing with this. Like, you can't say, oh, like, I don't like my city government, so I'm going to get a mob together and we're going to go break in the windows and go steal all the files out of the city hall. Like, that's a crime. You can't do that kind of stuff. There's a limit to this sort of thing. Freedom of expression is largely your freedom to say things or act on things that you say. Like, I don't like Tesla. So if you don't buy a Tesla, that's an extension of your freedom of expression and free will. But getting into conducting acts of violence, that's criminal. I mean, like, the domestic terrorism, I'm not really sure on that. I feel like that might be trying to push the envelope a good bit there. But as far as the actual crimes being conducted, I mean, if you spray paint on the side of someone's Tesla, that's vandalism. Like without the political deal attached to it, that is a crime in itself. And if you conduct arson onto a vehicle or destruction of property, I mean, that's destruction of property, whether it was a Tesla or a Dodge or any other kind of a vehicle. So that's criminal. Like that would be my take on it. People who do that are stupid, to be entirely honest. I mean, that's pretty thuggish to start doing that sort of a thing. Like, if you don't like Tesla, you just don't like him, and if you don't like Elon, you just don't like Elon. But you can't go around the country committing crimes and act like you have a right to it just because you don't like him. That's just getting that's to be entirely honest, like, people may not see this who are doing this sort of thing, but conducting acts of vandalism like that because you don't like something is the exact same thing that groups like the KKK did back in the 60s, because they said they didn't like something, so they were using their freedom of expression to conduct acts of terrorism back then. Those were back then in the 60s. That was truly acts of terrorism. This nowadays, I feel like this is more so just rash people doing stupid things, not really anything organized like that. But still, the rule of law has to be followed. Just because you don't like Tesla doesn't mean you have a right to go around and start vandalizing and destroying Teslas or dealerships. That's illegal in the first place without the domestic terrorism charges added on top. But anyways,
Also, one other thing as well. I'm not going to get political on it, but I will make this comment because I don't think a lot of people understand this. When people decide to, like, for example, boycott Tesla, they don't understand. Yes, Elon is a shareholder in Tesla. It's true. There's no like denying that. But at the same time, though, like there's a ton of people that work at Tesla. There's normal everyday people that their livelihoods depend on working at Tesla. There's also normal people that are invested in Tesla as well that have, like, for example, they may invest in it for their retirement account, things like that. So when Tesla starts to do bad, Elon's only a shareholder or a stakeholder in Tesla. And while he's the face of the company, it's a lot of other people. In fact, it's a lot more people than just Elon that it's affecting when it starts going down. So when you boycott Tesla, yes, you're making a political point, but at the same time, you're actually hurting your fellow American that actually depends on Tesla to make a salary to be able to survive and feed their family every year. So yeah, you're making a point by, trying to, stiff it to the man, I guess you could say. But at the same time, you're also hurting the little guy in addition to it.
So Tesla employs 126,000 Americans, American citizens approximately. So quite a significant number. And when you put that into perspective, actions that damage the Tesla automotive company are possibly going to start jeopardizing the jobs of over 100,000 Americans. And these people may or may not agree with what someone in Tesla is doing or what Tesla is doing, and they're just there to get a job and get a check. Not to say that should, really hamper freedom of expression there, but still at the same time, you do have to remember that there are people, normal, innocent people who may actually agree with you, whose lives will be significantly affected if a company like that goes under, really like any other company. So I'd have to agree with Matthew on that. One always has to remember their actions. I mean, like just to boil it down to the basics of it, like anyone who's got a problem with Tesla right now has a problem with Elon. Elon isn't in the assembly halls building these cars by hand. Like there are tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people involved in that process, and all of them are making a living right now. Now, if that company goes under, those people just lost their jobs. They may have families counting on them. They may have a lot more than that riding on them. And now they have to figure out what to do or to find a job that pays as much or less at that point than the one that he got that from that company. So I would have to say, something to consider, something to think about. And once again, I feel like if any action should be done, like just to say this, I don't feel like people, if they are protesting Tesla, should be protesting, protesting Elon, should be protesting through Tesla in hopes of destroying a company. I mean, if anything, maybe boycotting them so that way the board of directors throws Elon out if that's what you were looking for. But, destroying a company, you're going to be destroying the lives of a lot of Americans who are working at that company. So, you want to make sure if you're trying to achieve something towards a direct person to be a little bit more surgical with your aims than just, slamming a hammer down on 126,000 people where they all lose their jobs possibly because the company implodes. So with that, I hope that addresses that somewhat well, at least in my opinion. But once again, I'm not at all for people spray painting on Teslas or catching them on fire or busting into dealerships, because that's a crime in the first place without it even being domestic terrorism. But with that, I hope that does address that well, and I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Zyper Sniper 1, who puts in a 20 as well. And thank you very much, Zyper, for that support once more. And we appreciate it. And it's good to see you once again. And he said, coffee fun for the enforcers. And modern wars is so weird because why say what you're going to do and then do it instead of attacking the area and then talking about the attack afterwards?
I don't know what's up with that. I think that's really just a modern thing with Ukraine and Russia, or a modern thing that's coming out. Because I have a feeling, like, in my honest opinion, reality TV has really skewed a lot of people on how things are supposed to work. And everyone actually is supposed to be reality TV, like you explain what's about to happen before it's going to happen, and then the action begins. So that way you're ready and hyped up for it, and the ratings are good. Because that's what Ukraine and Russia has been doing. And honestly, that's kind of what America did to the Houthis. Like, we were going, we're going to get them like no other. And then the airstrikes begin a couple of weeks later. And it's really it's a really weird thing with that, to be entirely honest. I really can't even explain it beyond the fact I guess people like that, so that way they get people paying attention to it before it happens, but it makes no sense on an operational security standpoint. But still, thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that fairly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Stefan Meyer, who puts in a 20, and thank you very much, Stefan, for that $20 support, and I do not see a comment attached to it. Excuse me, by the way, that was a voice cracking in half, but I don't see a comment attached to it. Let me go up and check, though. That was also his first ever super chat on the stream, and also a terrible voice crack to boot. Well, that was on my behalf, but he said, "You are amazing" in the super sticker. And Enforcer, what say you?
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, the first support ever. And thank you so much for helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you that make this thing possible. And so with that, thank you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Rye Guy SR, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Rye Guy, for that $20 support. He said, "Thanks for making my long nights laying under trucks awesome. You guys are a breath of fresh air, and I always count the minutes to the show. And keep up the great work. And God bless the USA. Love Ukraine. And let's hear it for the LSA." And also, thank you for the kind words, by the way. Also, what trucks are you laying under? I'd be curious to know. But Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you so much for the support, Rye Guy. And we're happy to know that we are able to help you to keep passing the nights through, working on them trucks as we continue to cover the news for you. I'm happy to know that we are able to help folks pass the time working hard at their jobs late in the night like we are. And I got to thank you so much for that. I mean, that was very high praise and kind words of you. And of course, we are happy to help you pass those minutes at work. And so with that, thank you so much for the support. God bless the United States, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Ambi Pambi, who puts in a $15 donation. And thank you, Ambi, as well, for that support. They said, Ambi, on assignment, wants to know, is there any truth to the reports that Chris's mom was seen leaving Enforcer Central at 0200 hours? That would be definitely false. I deny those charges. I do not know that woman. The LSA wants to know.
We do not mess with skanks. Damn. I'm sorry. Like that's untrue, unverified. That will never be true. Honestly, came out swinging on that one. But beyond that, thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Dude, I couldn't deliver that one too deadpan for too long right there because of your reaction. You went, God. And I was like, maybe that was too far. But beyond that, thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And with that, we're about to be moving on to the next one. But I saw someone say something. Let's see. I've seen some people saying things about, the whole Tesla situation, and I've seen some people saying, well, this and that and that. Yeah, let me make sure to get something specific. Let's see. Hang on, I want to make sure. Someone said it's a rage bait thing to talk about Teslas being vandalized or caught on fire. Well, it's happening. I mean, it's like it may be smaller in number and really just blown out of proportion, but those are still crimes. I don't really know how else to go about that because, that's kind of like to be entirely honest with you, just to give a couple of examples here, it's kind of like how there was a certain kind of a movement that was going on in the late 2010s. It was a social movement. Hot Dog Man was involved in it a little bit, but they would go around and they would turn their protests into absolute riots in some areas. Like some parts of the protests would become riots. They were burning down buildings, looting places. Those are crimes. Like the protest and the concept of the protest might be great, might not be great, might have a point, might not have a point. That's beyond the point. But there is a fine line in between a lawful assembly and freedom of expression, and then moving that on over into being outright crimes under the guise of freedom of expression. If you break into a Louis Vuitton in the middle of protesting and steal handbags, you really have moved on from protesting to just being a criminal vagrant. Kind of the same thing with protesting at Tesla. Like if you don't like Elon, that's fine. It's a free country. Do what you want. But you can't go into a Tesla dealership and start catching them on fire and burning down cars and spray painting the side of them. Like if that's happening just once or twice because people don't like Elon, I mean, that's still crazy. That's a criminal thing that's being conducted. It's the same thing as saying, like the Germans in the 30s didn't like the Jews, so they just operated outside of the law and were conducting crimes against them. It's still illegal. It doesn't matter whether you think you have a point or not. Those things are illegal. It's operating outside of the law in an unlawful framework beyond it being domestic terrorism alone. And if you're trying to make an argument like saying, well, Elon's doing things that aren't good for America. Well, that doesn't give you a justification to go and conduct a crime about it. That's kind of like how people, man, who get pulled over for traffic citations, you know who I'm talking about, Matthew. They'll be like, there are so many crimes happening in the city right now. There's someone robbing a gas station. You're here with me. It's like, well, yeah, you conducted a crime. It's like, it's a crime. It's like they're here because of you.
Or it's worse when people get pulled over and they're speeding and the cop's like, sir, do you know how fast you're going? Look, man, I was only going 70 and the speed limit's 60. I mean, I wasn't really speeding. It's like, bro, you're 10 over. It's like, come on, it's speeding. You literally submitted to it.
Yeah, like the law is the law. There are no exceptions to the law. I don't think people get that sometimes. Like, if you don't like someone, that doesn't mean that you now have an exception to the law to go conduct a crime. That goes for all sides, because all sides do it. Like, I've watched over the past few years, both sides have done insane shit, honestly. Like, I see it and I'm like, this is just nuts. Like, thinking that you can get away with battering someone in public because they're of a different philosophy or an opinion of you, or they provoked you, that is battery. That is a crime. Like, it doesn't matter if they were wrong and you were right, or you were right and they were wrong. That's a crime. You can't go around battering people because of a difference of opinion. You can't go around vandalizing people's personal property. You can't go around looting stores. You can't do this. Like, this kind of stuff is criminal. Like, it's beyond the idea of I'm right and they're wrong. On the basic level of the law, that's illegal. And that's why I just don't get people like that. And then they act like it's fine because it agrees with their political opinion. Like, I don't like Elon, so it's okay to go burn a Tesla. Like, I'll be entirely honest with y'all. I just personally don't like Elon because he seems unrelatable. Like, beyond everything else, I just don't really like the guy that much. But I'm still not going to go and tell people to start burning down his cars from Tesla because, I don't like him. That's just nonsensical. And not only that, that's highly irrational and illegal and immoral, really, to be entirely honest, too. So if you don't like him, you don't like him, but you don't go around conducting crimes as a justification. But anyways, I hope that does address that somewhat well, at least in my opinion, because I just don't get it. I've never gotten that, and I still will never get it. Like, if you have an opinion, you have an opinion. And guess what? This country actually has a way for you to voice your opinion. If you don't like that guy and you want his influence removed, you go vote for someone else that will remove his influence. You go vote for a different president, or you go vote for different representatives than the one you have right now, or different senators. That's how you express your opinion in this country. You express it through voting for your representatives, whether it be the president or your Congress members. You don't go
or you short sell the stock, one or the other.
Yeah.
Or I think the Tesla short sellers have made like $8 billion or something like that over the last week
Holy
or something.
moly.
It's been insane. Yeah, if you've been short selling Tesla on the way down, you've been making a killing.
Yeah, and once again, let's see. I see some people saying some things. Well, I mean, like with Elon, someone say, well, I didn't vote for him. Well, some people voted for the guy that kind of has made him almost like an official, unofficial semi-president. Not really. Like, if you don't like that, if you voted for that guy and you don't like that, you go vote for someone else. Or you hope that there's enough people in the country that dislike that the same as you, and then they go vote for your guy. That's just how it works. Like, it's America, no skin off our back for now. Things might work out well or might not, but in the meantime, you just wait it out until the next election and then vote for who you want. That's how the country works. You can go out and talk about it, maybe try and encourage people to agree with you, but you'll never do that by burning someone's car or spray painting it or firebombing an auto dealership. And on top of that, that's criminal. So I hope that covers that again, because there are some interesting points being brought up. But remember, folks, the key to everything is always to be logical, reasonable, level-headed, and don't resort to unlawful violence, or really any kind of violence. Most times, violence is unlawful as a norm. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to DJ, who puts in a 10. And thank you, DJ, as well, for that support. They said, the most beautiful call. Wait a minute, hold on. Let me restart. The most beautiful call. Call is such an unused word. I created that word to describe conversations on the telephone. So strong. Anyways, no ceasefire, but we may play hockey. Hockey. We might bring them in to have a little bit of, ice hockey.
And I have to say that hockey is the greatest sport. Hockey truly solves all world problems. We will win World War III on the ice, in the rink. But beyond that, I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. If it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it running. And I got to say, DJ, that if it wasn't for folks like you, it just wouldn't be possible. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one is going to go to, while I reorganize the spreadsheet real quick, this one goes to Mamba Mentality, who puts in a 10. And thank you, Mamba, as well, for that $10 support. They said, what Putin did today was more disrespectful than Zelensky not arriving in appropriate attire, and why can't our president see it? And they said, cut all the communications with those clowns, meaning the Russians, or more mocking is coming our way.
I think there's some political promises, like not getting political, but I think there's some political promises at play to why he may be getting the shakedown at this point and kind of taking it, I suppose. But there's got to be limits. Like, I agree with you. There's got to be limits eventually. He's got to just, cut off communications with this guy and get back to business. And I would honestly say that should have happened today. But, we'll hopefully we'll see that things turn out well eventually. We have to be optimists here. But hopefully things will turn out eventually to be well. It's just that right now it's a fairly aggravating thing to watch. And so with that, thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to DJ once again, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, DJ, once more for that support. They said, I just realized that the supreme leader of Iran is Santa, and guys are screwed.
He is Santa. He's got the white beard and everything. It's just that he doesn't have the red little like slumber cap. He's got like the I don't know what the name of that hat's called, a black turban, I believe. But beyond that, he is kind of like Santa. It's just that he's violent. Like, he's very violent and is on the naughty list. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Eric Horner, LOC, who puts in the 10. And thank you very much, Eric, for that support. He said, for the coffee fund, LOC, and Enforcer, what say you, LOL, and keep up the good work.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and thank you for the coffee fund, because it helps us to drink coffee and keep this thing running. And so with that, thank you once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Dalton McKee that just came in. And this one says, don't let Don or Elon hear you say their actions are dumb. Might end up blocked on X like someone else.
Oh, I thank you for the support, Dalton, but I'm never going to be afraid of reprisals with things we say. Of course, we remain within the letter of the law with what we do and say, and so it like if they ever did something like that, that would just be lame. We just have to call it for what it is. It would be lame, but I don't think we'll ever be gotten, because the honest truth is, Dalton, is that while we like to think that we're a big and mighty channel, probably not a lot of people are listening to us, especially folks like them. To be entirely honest, they're probably not listening to this channel all too much. But still, thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is for folks like, if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Kevin, who puts in a 10. And thank you, Kevin, as well, for that $10 support. He said, a huge black market for stolen cars from the U.S. and Canada, and big criminal industry of moving stolen vehicles to other parts of the world through our shipping ports. And that's true. That's true, by the way. The Dodge Hellcat, which is a version of the Charger, is one of the most stolen cars in America. And those are stolen quite heavily, and they're also sold for basically nothing. I think they sell them for like $1,000 or $2,000 or something like that on the black market, which is only a fraction of what they actually cost. And also they scrape the VINs off, they scrape all the phantom stickers off and all that stuff, and then they ship them off to a foreign country where they sell them to somebody. That's how a lot of Toyotas end up in the Middle East, by the way, is by people doing stuff like that. But you're right. But Enforcer, what say you?
And it is crazy to think about that, but you are absolutely right. And I think that may have been how those cars ended up in Yemen. And so with that, thank you once again for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Mike Garcia, who puts in a 10. And thank you, Mike, as well, for that support. He said, shalom, gentlemen. Oh, shalom. He said, big fan of the channel and keep up the good work. And have y'all ever heard of Billups neon crossing signal, most metal crossing in railroad history in Slovyansk and LLT?
Oh, wait a minute. I have heard of that one, and I thank you for the support. And also, what was the name of that again, Matty? I got to pull this one up and show it to y'all.
Billups, a neon crossing signal.
neon crossing signal. We'll make this quick because we are starting to run overtime a good bit. But dude, this thing was crazy. Oh, hang on. Let me make sure to get the black and white one so that was a little bit more clear. There we go. Yeah. So this was the railroad crossing.
Damn.
Death.
That's scary as hell right there.
Bro, they were trying to get across the concept. When these lights are on, you die. It's just like, man, that's actually freaking nuts. But that was the railroad crossing, and it was not, I think there was only one of these ever, and it was torn down a while ago. They now have just conventional railroad crossing signs at this crossing, but that was a legitimately wild sign. Like, just told you, like, when the lights are on, stop or you're dead. Like, and it's like, they honestly got the point across, though, a fairly okay bit. This is like, if you do pass the tracks and the train hits you, you will be killed. So, a pretty wild sign. Also, that's what, let's see, they have a video game kind of a thing. Well, here we go. So the whole thing would light up. Like, it was a neon sign, so the whole thing would light up when a train was coming. So it would say, stop, death, stop, in neon, like, lighting when the train was coming. Just wild stuff.
And honestly, that's just like really, like, honestly, that one gets your attention a lot more than the other one.
It really tacky, I'll admit, but this thing really will make you stop. It makes it fairly clear. If you cross these tracks, you're dead if this thing is on. Not a lot of railroad crossings really do that, like the conventional ones like these. Like, these are just like, haha, railroad crossing, cutesy. And this was like, I will freaking murder you. It's like, if you cross these tracks. Like, honestly, though, pretty cool. But still, thank you once again for support. I hope that does dress out well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one is going to go to Dade Carnes, also known as Raid, who put in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, Dade, for that $10 support and helping to keep the channel running, and we appreciate it. And also, we have a 10 from Jack Ragnarsson, and he said, there are videos from China that show Chinese restaurants washing some meat and washing some vegetables in nasty ditches and pit toilets, and mind-boggling, LOL.
It is mind-boggling, sometimes, I will admit, but China is not as advanced as people make it out to be, especially with an income of around $12,600. Well, I think it's more like, 13 or 14 as their median income for an individual. They're certainly not doing too well. But beyond that, I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Mr. Biscuit, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Mr. Biscuit, as well, for that support. He said the dog is a Chow breed and has blue tongue. Enforcer, can you look up QR Rail 2800 series locomotive? And I helped make the last 10 of them.
Oh, really? QR Rail 20. Did he say 2800?
Yes, 2800 series loco.
Would you look at that? It's the Australian Class 67, I'd say. Or Class 66. It's like the shed.
Oh, that's boxy.
Boxy indeed. It reminds me of the British Class 66, if I'm remembering this correct, which is called the Shed in Britain. It kind of looks like that, but Australian. Pretty neat, though. And I also like how the horns are laid out on the top of the cab. But that's actually really cool that you're involved in building the last sets of these. Really neat, actually. And also, Australian railroads is something I really don't know much about. One of the few. Well, actually...
Honestly, it reminds me of something that comes straight out of the Bayerischen Maschinenwerke.
The what?
The Bayerischen Maschinenwerke.
You mean Germany?
No, that's not Germany.
Well, what is that then? What are you saying?
Bayerische Maschinenwerke.
Orca Machine Works.
No. No. You don't know what that means?
No.
It's BMW.
Well, I said it came from Germany. I mean, BMW is from Germany.
It's not Germany, but it came from Germany, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I know.
See, Melanie got it right. She said BMW. She got it right.
It came from Bavaria, so it's not really, it's not really. It's Germany, dude. Like, BMW was made in the German Empire, man. It's Germany. You're gonna get me wrong. Like, I knew what that was. I knew what that. Yeah, and you just tripped me up like that. You just did that to me, like right then and there, man.
You know what gets me about people, like BMW. Now, most people don't know what BMW stands for, by the way. The first part, the B, is Bayerischen, which is, of course, the region. And then the M, people are confused about what the M means. Some people say it's Maschinen, meaning machine, and some people think it's Motoren, which for motor. But I think it's Maschinen, and then Werke as works in German. So I think it's, let's see which one it is. Let's settle the debate real quick.
It's
Motorin. They say Motorin here.
It's the Bavarian Motor Works.
They say Motor Works. I think it's a Maschinenwerke.
Are you sure? Because Motor Works would work a little bit better with what they were doing. Because, you know, it is a motorworks shop. They built motors and then put them into cars. Well, at least that's what they originally did.
The German lady who taught the German class I took, she said Maschinenwerke instead of Motorenwerke.
Well, we did go to school in Alabama.
No, she was not from Alabama. She was from Germany, and she was on, you know, distance learning.
So according to BMW itself, it's Bayerische Motorenwerke manufacturer.
Damn, so she was saying it wrong the whole time. She was German.
Yeah.
She taught me wrong.
Yeah, she was wrong. Yeah. One thing I do like though about German companies, man, is that little GmbH that they have at the end for manufacturing companies. I always found that cool.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is. That's like their version of incorporation or something.
German.
We don't have time, by the way. We're running super low. I just realized that.
It stands for Gesellschaft mit, dude, I wish I could speak German.
Gesellschaft mit
LLC.
I can't even get that part.
It's their LLC.
Oh, LLC. That's a lot easier.
Yeah, so it's just an LLC. Still, I like that abbreviation, the GmbH, more than just LLC. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Rangers Rule, who puts in the 10. And thank you, Rangers Rule, for that $10 support. They said, I missed everything tonight, and why all of a sudden is Iran ready to fight instead of working out the nuke situation? Thank you.
They never wanted to work out the nuke situation. They're probably close to making one, so now they're just not going to stop until it's made. And so with that, thank you once again for support. Hope that does rest well, and thank you for the kind words. And we're on to the next one.
All right, and the next one, let's see here. Someone said, it's BMW, sometimes Motorwerke, sometimes it doesn't. I'll be. Wait a minute. What are you laughing
about? Dude, it's a joke, man. It means sometimes the motors work, sometimes they don't. You know, like the.
Oh my god,
dude, that's a good one.
I didn't even get the joke. I was so busy like looking into the meaning of it. I didn't even see the joke right in front of my face. But yeah, honestly, you're right. The BMWs have a notorious issue with the engine light thing coming on, and whenever you hear that little bell going off, it goes. Bling, bling. It's like it sends like shimmers and like shivers through your spine because it's usually very expensive when you hear that sound and the engine light comes on. Usually probably in the several $1,000s range, at least $5,000 most likely. But terrible when it goes wrong. But it sounds so nice when it's working right though. But
that was
anyways,
a slick joke, by the way. That was a slick joke, by the way. Rocket Aviation. I like that one. That was actually really good.
That was good right there, I must say. That was very good. But moving on to our next one here, this one goes to Poppy P, once again, who puts in the 10. And thank you very much, Poppy, for that support. They said, my last dollars, but love you guys. Well, thank you very much for that. Hey. They said, please don't ban me. Oh, we won't. But I lived there in London, and I won't go back now. I've seen machete attacks. Also, they've seen girls. Scary, I know. But I said, but they were. You need to know the facts.
Thank you for the support. And I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, you know, like, but you know, like with London with a machete attacks, it's Birmingham with shootings. Those are getting a little bit more common these days around here. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support. But hey, you know, cities, I'll be honest with you, cities are rough all over. They usually have been. It was nice for a while, but now they're getting back to the way they used to be, which is like a rough hellhole, kind of, for most places. Hopefully, we'll be able to start curtailing that and getting it back on the mend. But still, thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, just to get to this real quick, Poppy P put in another 5 and said, do I have to donate to say the white and blue from the propeller of a plane? Also, German cars last forever if you're smart. I don't know. Like German cars, they're reliable when they work. But honestly, though, when something goes wrong on them, yeah, they last for a long time, but you're paying like a hell of a lot of money to get the parts. And the labor is crazy expensive, too. So I don't know. But Enforcer, what say you?
I got to say, thank you for the support, Poppy P. And also, that's very interesting to hear that it's apparently from the propellers of a plane. I personally didn't know that. But I still thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, we've got a Elon Glazer in here. Matthew's been talking to him for like minutes. And I know that we're running out of time, Matthew, but I got to laugh at this one because I just got to say this here. Whether you like him or hate him, I don't know why you're defending him like your life counts on it, man, because he's not going to give you $1 million for it. Like, I don't really know why you're acting like, you know, like this guy is like blessed. Like, I'll be honest with you, like everyone usually has a lot of vices, like to act like someone has money and they're all gone now. Like, I have vices, I don't have any money, and I'm not a perfect person. Like, people sometimes dislike me greatly for some of the things I do. And, that is what it is. So to act like someone has a couple of $100 billion and now they're completely immune to criticism seems a little bit mentally unwell to me. Seems like maybe a mental illness. But with that, I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on to our next one. This one goes to Alex, who put in a 10, and this is going to be to the dismay of the Tesla glazer right there. Alex said, "I buy 190 puts on Tesla expiring 328." So he's trying to short sell Tesla right here. Also, by the way, I don't touch options trading with a 10-foot pole. I don't personally mess with it because it's always a little bit risky. But Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you for the support. I don't really get involved in any stock things. Thankfully, I don't, at least for now. But I do thank you for the support and help with this channel. Keep it ringing and sharing that with us. That's interesting. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, I think this is legitimately like a bot in here because I've asked it a couple of questions and it just like keeps giving like the most random responses, like it's like AI or something I'm talking to. So I'm going to get rid of that one right there. I was going to keep toying with that one. Yeah, it's Yabdala or it's just AI Dollar or something like that. But they're coming in here to saying all kinds of crazy stuff. At first, I said, "Has Elon done anything wrong?" It said, "I don't know." I said, "Is Elon capable of wrong?" And then it went haywire. After I asked that one, it just went off the rails and just started saying all kinds of gibberish. So I think it was a bot. But anyways, jumping into our next one, this one goes to Amrid, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Amrid, for that support. They said, "We shouldn't encourage violence, and it is most definitely a crime to destroy and vandalize property." They also said in their super chat, "It is also a consequence to having some of the most unpopular position on domestic policy." Honestly, though, that last line right there, that's honestly... in my personal opinion, the fact that people feel the need or feel like they need to resort to violence to get their point across is really indicative of those people's mindset. It's not a good mindset because since when in America do we resort to harming each other to get our point across? That's not the way America's supposed to operate. And that basically goes contrary to everything the U.S. stands for. So anybody that has a mindset like that, even if they disagree the most strongly with a foreign policy or domestic policy position, that person doing the vandalism or the crime is crazy out of their mind. I'm never going to change my mind on that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree with Matthew on that one. Maybe I'm not going to say whether his domestic political ideas were bad or not. That would get political. But let's say that they are, just for the sake of this argument. Let's say that they are. That still doesn't give anyone a justification to commit unlawful acts and they're now magically legal. That's why I don't get with folks who are doing these things is that just because you don't like someone doesn't mean that criminal acts are now legal against them or against any. Like, for example, if you burn someone's personal Tesla, you're not getting at Elon, you're getting at them. They just lost their car. Like, Tesla's already been paid for that Cybertruck or whatever Tesla it is. They're still like Tesla's either still going to be getting the payments through the insurance on that car, or they've already been paid in full for it. So you're not hurting Tesla at that point. Oh, you're just hurting this random person who happens to have a Tesla who may or may not agree at all with what Elon's doing. You're just messing with a normal person, or if you spray paint their car, or if you run into a dealership. Well, then at that point, you're breaking and entering, or you're conducting an act of arson if you're burning it down. And I saw someone say you can chain yourself to a Tesla inside of their dealership, and that's not wrong. No, technically that is wrong. Because if the cops show up, and then the owner of that dealership or the manager of that dealership says, "I want these people trespassed from my property," and then they say, "Okay, you have to go," and you refuse to go because you chained yourself to a Tesla, you are now trespassing on that property, and you have now committed a crime. You do not have a right to go on to Tesla's, a Tesla dealership's property, which is private property of the Tesla automotive company, and then chain yourself to a vehicle and then refuse to leave once you've been trespassed if you are trespassed, or if you've been told to leave. That's now trespassing. That's a crime. You have to follow the rule of law at all times. Like, even if you don't like someone, you have to follow the rule of law. Like, if I hear someone say, "I like Russia," me personally, I don't agree with that at all. Obviously, we run a channel that's, largely, pro-Western, anti-Russian, but I'm not going to go and sock them in the face and then go, "Well, they deserved it because they were pro-Russian." That's illegal. I just conducted battery. Whether I thought I was justified or not, that's against the law. So I hope that does address that somewhat well. Like, you can protest a Tesla dealership, just to make this clear, from a public easement. Like, for example, off the side of a road, on the right of way. You can do that because that's technically public property and you have a right to be there. But you can't go onto their property and act like you have a right to be there. That's their private property. And also, someone said by that logic, you cannot protest anywhere. No, you can protest many places. You just can't protest on people's private property. Like you can protest on a public easement. That's a public area. You can protest at City Hall. You could protest in a public park. You could go protest anywhere. Like honestly, you don't even have to be in front of a Tesla dealership to get the point across. I mean, who are you getting the point across to? Tesla dealerships usually on the side of a highway. People are scooting by pretty fast. And near a park, there's going to be people standing around and walking around. You probably make a better point there. But beyond that, you still can't trespass because that's still breaking the law. But anyway,
and also even in a public place, you still have to in most cities you have to get a permit to protest. You can't just show up and have a crowd and without a permit, or they'll tell you to disperse. It's an unlawful assembly. So while you do have the right to assemble, they do add some layers to it, like pretty much everything.
Yeah, but also, Dalton, an officer can tell you to leave. But if someone tells you to leave the property, it's probably best to leave the property. Because if you continue to refuse and the cops aren't really having it that day, they might still get you for trespassing. And I know someone's going to be like, wait a minute, they can't. No, they can. Like, an arresting officer has the authority to arrest you as long as he has reasonable suspicion or probable cause to believe that you've committed a crime. And then you're going to be dragged through the court system, which is hell on earth. So probably better to just leave the property. If someone says, hey, you need to leave, you probably need to leave because then you could be begging for trouble when the cops show up. So I hope that does address that somewhat well, but these are just this is just the basic way of how things run in this country. Like this is how it is. It's always been this way. Whether it was a Tesla dealership or a Louis Vuitton store in the middle of riots in the past, it's always been this way. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Krusty Hen, who puts in an 8, and thank you very much as well for that support. They said, what will happen when Putin is no longer the president of Russia?
Hopefully we'll see that a better government comes into being, but I have a feeling it will probably just be a new dictator coming in to take his place. And so with that, thank you once again for support. Hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And also big shout out to Thomas D'Orazio for putting in a 5. And thank you very much, Thomas, for that support and helping to keep the channel running. And we also had a 5 from Dean London, who said LSA. And thank you, Dean, as well, for helping to keep the channel running as well. We also had a $5 super chat, a second one from Rye Guy SR, who put in a 5. He said, I'm not Alabama, I'm Massachusetts. All jokes, but I had to. And honestly, that is true. I actually responded to somebody today in the YouTube comments that said, are you guys Canadian? Because you say folks kind of weird. And I said, I responded to them and said, no, I'm not Canadian. I'm Alabama. And I actually had a typo in there. So, it came out kind of odd. And then I posted it on Twitter, and it's kind of manic, but I did it anyway. But Enforcer, what say you?
I thank you for the support, and you're not Alabama, you're Massachusetts, and I like to hear that. And Massachusetts is an interesting place. And so with that, thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to, let's see here. Wait a minute, hold on a second. Probably better to just give it your rights to leave private property. This is an interesting question. Melanie right here said, is it probably better to just give up your rights and leave public property and traditional public forums when cops give illegal orders to do so? It depends, Melanie, because in the real world, if the cops tell you to leave, even if it's an illegal order, and then you refuse, and then the cops start whipping out the baseball bats or the batons, and they start going at people and tasers and stuff, you might think, well, I could sit here and take the taser hit, for the principle behind it. And I'm within my rights to be here. And once again, I'm going to have to go through the court system and try to fight this later. And once again, the police have qualified immunity, so you really can't sue them. Or you can say, I better just leave. And even though I have a right to be here, I don't want to get tased and I just need to go. That's a personal choice right there. I don't really know. Like on that one, that's a tough question. It's actually a good question. That's why I had to stop and think about it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I mean, usually in that kind of a situation, you should probably say that they should bring their supervisor out. And then if their supervisor says the same thing, then you might want to file a complaint with the police department. There's always a more than one way to skin a cat. But like just saying this, Like, if a cop says leave and then you don't, you're begging for trouble at that point. You're begging to get beat or tased or maced or something, and then get arrested and put into jail, and then have charges pressed against you, and then you're going to be dragged through the court system. And nobody, you do not want to be dragged through the court system. The court system is a long and laborious process. If you get a public defender, you're practically screwed. So you have to pay for an attorney, and an attorney is fairly expensive. So you might want to sit there, and if they say leave, just go, oh, all right, and then just go and immediately start lodging a complaint with your civil administration. Because if I remember correctly, Matthew, I believe the mayor appoints the chief of the police. Am I correct?
I believe so, yeah.
So then maybe you want to go and complain to your mayor, especially if your city feels really strongly about it, and tell them that you don't like the actions of the police, or that the police chief is pretty much approving of this through the unlawful actions of the police, and then see if the mayor does anything about it. And then if they don't, well, you know who to vote for in the next election. It's not them. There's always
better than that, though. Better than that, because most likely if the cops are already doing something that illegal and they don't think twice about doing it, then you're probably dealing with a corrupt city administration, to be perfectly honest. Your best bet is, if you can do it safely, is to get your phone out and record it, record the incident. So that way you have it on camera, because the police will have body cams most likely. So you'll be able to request the footage later, but to have it on recording, so that way you can publish it and people can see it. And that way, other people that view the video might be so outraged by what happened to you because the police are acting, irrational and unlawfully toward the citizen, then it might get enough public attention that way the city is forced to deal with it. At that point, because if they're corrupt, then they're probably not going to deal with it on their own.
Yeah, but you generally want to find a way to deal with it through either the system or some other way, rather than just saying, no, F you, pig, because then they're going to be beating your teeth out on the street. And, I personally don't want veneers. I want my real ivory teeth. So that would be how I go about it. Maybe people would go about it a different way, maybe to some success, maybe not. But generally trying to work through the system is the best possible way to do it. I mean, there's always a will and a way through the system. There's always some workaround or a loophole, if you want to call it a loophole, that you can find. But, just refusing to leave, especially once they start to say you're going to leave or you're going to get arrested, you're going to get arrested. You can feel as right as you want. You're going to end up going to jail that day and then having charges pressed against you most likely. So with that, I hope that addresses that somewhat well, at least the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Poppy P once again, who puts in another $20 super chat. And thank you very much, Poppy, for that $20 support. They said, adding to previous chat, I heard that Iran may have developed fentanyl weapons. And I had 3 of my friends die by accident from exposure to fentanyl. And if this is real, isn't this weapon a crime against humanity? And fentanyl is against humanity.
I have a feeling that would be some form of, say, a chemical warfare or biological warfare, if that's true. I haven't heard of that, actually. But I would assume that it most likely would be against a violation of the Geneva Conventions, if that does exist. Because, it's a form of, I suppose, a chemical weapon at that point, if anything. But still, I hope that does address that somewhat well, and I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. But terribly sorry to hear about your loss. It's a very unfortunate one. But still, thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Snowy, who put in a €6 donation. And thank you, Snowy, as well, for that support. They said the U.S. is sending 3 carriers to the Middle East. Oh, yes, we are. And after the Houthis attacked, despite the U.S. warning, will this mean now that fire and fury is going to reign over Iran?
It could possibly mean so. Surely with 3 carriers moving that way, it really could be the case. Because we'll have at that point, about 180 aircraft in the area just on those 3 carriers. And who knows what else is in Saudi Arabia right now. So it could be the case that fire and fury may be coming to Iran quite soon. Which is a little odd because I thought we didn't like war. But honestly, I'm all for it. But, it's a little bit weird because I thought this president didn't like war. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. I thank you once again for support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
The way you phrased that, you said, I thought this person didn't like war, but I'm all for it. It sounded like you're like for all wars or something like that. The way you phrased that.
Dude, I pulled a Bushism. I said, they think every day about how to hurt our people, and so do we. It's man, I pulled a Bushism right there. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
Are you going to clarify it, or are you going to stick with it?
Oh, no, I'm not clarifying. I'm just kidding, by the way. Like, I don't like wars, but when a war has to happen, it has to happen. You know, that's how I look at it. But this president said he just doesn't like wars even if they're necessary, so it's a little bit of a contradiction that we're now going to start bombing the Iranians, possibly. But, like, honestly, I'm all for bombing the Iranians. We've been saying that for about a year and a half now. But I don't really understand how this is being presented with the idea that we do not like wars, but we're going to start a new one. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well, and we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Andrew Honeycutt, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Andrew, for that $5 support and helping to keep the channel running. He said, honestly, I think the current U.S. leadership is too much Neville Chamberlain and not enough Churchill. And thank you for keeping up with the crazy news enforcers and LSA.
Hey, and LSA, and I got to thank you for the support. I felt like both administrations have leaned more towards the Chamberlain direction than a Churchill direction, and I have a feeling that we need to be a little bit more strong-headed these days with what's going on out there than more Chamberlain-like. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Alex, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Alex, as well, for that $5 support. And he said, let's see, y'all are acting like them streets aren't cleaner than the average street in any U.S. city, LOL.
Oh, American streets are fairly clean. I mean, we went to L.A. Crazily enough, L.A. was actually pretty clean for the most. Well, unless you're in West Hollywood, then it wasn't clean. But everywhere else, it was pretty clean. Like you know what? We'll drop down in New York City.
Man, we gotta speed up, man. We're like late.
I know. We're running over time. But we'll drop down right here. That looks clean to me. That looks clean to me. But, you know, China's rough. Anyways, thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Alex, who puts in another 5 and says, if you want to see something scary and cool, look at the Golden Triangle Special Economic Zone. Crazy money laundering front for the Chinese organized crime.
Thank you for the support. I'll try and look into that after stream, but Matthew is right. We are running wildly over time at this point. And so with that, thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And thank you. Also, big shout out to Jack Ray, who put in a 5. And thank you very much, Jack, for that $5 support and helping to keep the channel running. He did put in coordinates, but sadly, we are running so late, we're not going to have time to get to that tonight. So thank you very much, Jack, for that support. And we will have to check that out tomorrow. But our next one goes to Andrew Honeycutt, who also puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Andrew, for the support. He said, "Aw, man, just a few bucks to say a big screw you to the person who's a continual grifter and doesn't provide any transformative content. And screw the bots, too."
Aw, man, really sad for that guy. Aw, man, the grift is finally over. And then we gain another 1,000 subs. Aw, F. But beyond that, thank you for the support. And helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, someone mentioned Hollywood. Let's see, it was Miss Disa said Hollywood, not West Hollywood. James May's coming to Hollywood, by the way. If you're out in Hollywood, James May's coming out there. He's coming out there to promote his gin. So if I lived in Los Angeles, I would be out there trying to meet James May. But sadly, it's too far away, and I can't go that far just to meet James May. But damn. But anyways, also, he came to Alabama once and didn't go well. He got ran out of Alabama, so I don't think he's coming back here.
Yeah, he's not.
But anyways, our next one goes to Ryan H., who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Ryan, for that $5 support, and we appreciate it. He said, how can we be sure that Iran hasn't already developed and built a nuclear weapon?
They would have tested it by now, and the fact that they haven't tested it lets us know that they still do not have a working, usable nuclear weapon right now. And so with that, thank you once again for support. Hope that does address it well. And Matthew, how many do we have left?
About 7.
Oh, okay, we're almost done. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, a big shout out to Angst Ridden, who put in a 4, along with Plazat, who put in a 3, and Los Cataleras, who put in a 2. And thank you all 3 very much for that support, and we appreciate it very much. We also have a 2 from First Wathen, who said coffee on me.
And thank you so much for the support and the coffee on you. I would honestly like it on a table, but that's fine too. But still, thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Phase YN, who puts in a 2 and says, I don't have much and going through it, but LSA for life.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And once again, make sure to take care of yourself before you support the channel. But thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Steve, who puts in a 2. And he says, Enforcers based as always.
Hey, thank you so much. Based. But beyond that, thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And with that, folks, that is our last Super Chat of the night. And we are now into 1 a.m. in the morning on Wednesday. So we're getting super late. So we're going to jump into our Morse code decoders of the stream. Excuse me, by the way. And tonight we had the whole roster. It's Cliff Simonson, Mark Hodges, Earl Bernew, Kevin J., Paul Schultz, Dave Millsaps, Roy Fluffiness, Arabella Garbo, Johnny Dog, and Norm Pritchett. They said tonight's Morse code decipher says the Houthis might get Papa Iran hurt with the Houthis might get Papa Iran hurt with their antics. Better calm it down. LLT LSA.
That one guys, you laughed, didn't it?
Yes.
That's the sound of money. Hey, y'all got that dead on the nail. That was the Morse code message. A big congratulations to y'all for getting that right, because y'all got it dead on the nail. And so with that, we have a $5 super chat from Alex, who said no sleep, and we're going to be getting sleep. I'll guarantee you that. And so with that, we are on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Defender Marcia LSA, who says, what are the Saudis doing? They're right in the middle of everything.
They're chilling. They're out there building the line. They actually broke ground on it. And it was supposed to be open, like the first part of it was supposed to be open last year, and they still haven't even built anything of it. They've just dug out the ground for it. But beyond that, they're just kind of chilling. They're fighting the Houthis, though, but largely chilling beyond that. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Aiden, who says, has the White House acknowledged that Putin broke the ceasefire at all?
No, they have made no comment on the violation of the ceasefire only hours after it started. So I hope that does address that well, at least the best we can. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who's the lucky last person to throw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is Greg O'Keefe, who says, doesn't Russia and Iran have a defense pact?
I think they have some form of a standing defense pact in some form. I think it's a collective mutual assistance pact, which is a different thing. It's not a defensive pact per se. It's more so that they'll technologically and resource-wise help each other out militarily, I believe. But it's not really a full-on defensive pact, if I remember correctly. But with that, I hope that does address that well. And we have reached the end of tonight's stream. And I got to thank all of y'all a great deal for watching. We've had 68,000 views over the course of 4 hours. Holy moly, we're almost getting into Hot Dog Man link streams. We'd still have to keep this thing going 2 hours, though, and get about 90,000 less viewers to make that happen. But nevertheless, we had 70,000 views over the length of the stream for the large part, rounding her up. And we also had a peak viewership of 10.3 thousand people. We are entirely honored of having all of y'all here. And if y'all did enjoy, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and get some sleep so that way y'all can be here tomorrow, because we run this stream day in and day out, every single day, 6 days a week, except for Mondays at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. And so with that, we will see you all tomorrow to cover the next 24 hours of news from around the world. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, and long live the Least Spring Army. The Least Spring Army will never die.
And thank you all for once again joining us tonight on this day 1119 of the news. And be sure to join us again tomorrow night for the next Nightly War News stream. And brace yourselves for tomorrow's news. I'm sure it's going to be crazy if I can speak. It's getting really early in the morning. But thank you all very much to the 70,000 people that joined us tonight. And we'll see you all tomorrow. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest, and good night.